Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Divinity Original Sin. Welcome back to our travel towards, I think it's called Sacred Stone. The village is the one that we're trying to get to. Found some interesting stuff on the way. It's certainly a long way. It's taken some time, but I feel like we're finally getting closer. That being said, there is still a goblin village of sorts that we have to deal with, and potentially find a way to control their totem. And then I'm still not entirely sure whether or not I should maybe go back to that Cave of Trials, just to check out what's even in there. Yeah. We'll see about that. Other than that, I think we can actually go right into the game. Yeah. It's a really cozy day, actually, because, you know, it's windy and stormy and rainy outside, and it's just the perfect day to spend inside gaming or doing other hobbies. I actually watched a review of a really cool non-Lego set. So, you know, Legos, but from a better manufacturer that's not so overpriced. And I don't know, really would have loved to build that. It was hard debating with myself if whether or not I should buy a set like that, but no, I still have, unfortunately, some other spendings that I need to do, so none of that for me currently. Anyways, though, let's get into the game. Let's find out if we can actually go to Sacred Stone and figure out what we might be able to accomplish there. Because technically, we are still supposed to join the Immaculates, rather than just straight up walking up to their village or church or whatever. I was also kind of speculating with myself if Silver Glen really is the last map, because it kind of looks like, well, there is a big demon portal apparently there, so that might lead to sort of a final area, maybe? Also still have to drink my coffee here. We'll see about that, I guess, but it's gonna be interesting, to say the least. But yeah, let us go back outside, because I'm still in this cave. So what we did yesterday was mainly, we'll kill the Spider Queen, so I went all around the highlands, especially the desert part of it. Got rid of all the spiders. Actually, somewhat accidentally helped a group of travelers, a caravan of travelers escape the spiders and their psychic abilities, apparently, or their illusion-creating poisons. And then we went and actually found this cave. Well, first we found Frederick, who seems to be an immaculate priest, who apparently had a slave imp, who tossed him down a cliff. Rightfully so, I would say, because the way he was talking about the imp, well, certainly didn't get him any points with me. And we went into this cave and finally solved who Maradino was, or where he was, rather. Didn't fully solve who he was, I guess. So we helped the imp by creating a potion of courage, and then we collected a bloodstone that Maradino apparently found and battled the ghost of the mage and his apparently 5 undead companions. I guess that they're companions. I'm still not entirely sure whether or not they were companions or just people that over the course of time walked into his cave and were made undead by him. Alright, I just need to be careful that I don't accidentally walk into the freaking goblin village. So let's go back to this Frederick guy. And hopefully the imp will actually deal with him. There you go.
Beast, kneel before me.
Leg seems bad, Master. Yonks wishes you good luck, but now that he's on the lam, he won't be checking in. So long.
That's good for you.
Can you hear me? Hello? Frederick's in pain.
Okay, so that's a good thing.
Can you
Means
hear
we've
me?
done this quest. The imp ran away
Hello?
to freedom.
Frederick's
That's good to
in
know.
pain.
Hey, we found your bloodstone that I'm most certainly not giving you, and let's see what we can do.
Bless you for coming to Frederick's aid. He's been attacked, turned upon.
Yeah,
by
yeah, I
his
know. Let's discuss the
imp
bloodstone.
Give it here, come. Frederick wants to march back to the Immaculate Temple on 2 strong legs.
Please tell me we can actually decide on whether or not to give it to him. Ah, okay, cool. Let's give him the stone. That leg of his is in bad shape. I think it's better to keep the stone for ourselves. A healing relic seems rather useful. Not to mention valuable.
I
Yeah.
think it's better to keep the stone for ourselves. A healing relic seems rather useful, not to mention valuable.
Can't ignore this man's suffering for our own benefit. Keeping the stone would be terrible. And how? The stone could save one of our lives someday. Yeah. I wonder if it actually does.
And how? That stone could save one of our lives someday.
What do you mean you're keeping it for yourself? That's Frederick's stone. Frederick's rights.
Nah, I don't think so, buddy.
Like a bigoted grandfather serviced by a kindly immigrant postman, you'll realize the error of your ways sooner or later.
Wait, what the fuck is he saying? Like a bigoted grandfather serviced by a kindly immigrant postman. Either I'm really dumb, or I'm not realizing whether or not that's supposed to be racist. A bigoted grandfather serviced by a kindly immigrant postman. Wait, he's saying that we are racist? Is he what? Is he seeing himself as a kindly immigrant postman and us as a bigoted grandfather? How does that fit with what we've just done? What? How does that have any... What kind of weird comparison is that? I feel like that has nothing to do with what we just did. Wait, what? Why is he walking away? Where the hell are you going? Oh, he can walk. What the hell is happening? Oh, they just disappeared. Okay. Wait, what? We decided to keep the bloodstone for ourselves. Why was he able to just walk away? I fully thought that he would just die there. Or something. How's that even work? Oh yeah, by the way, Medora is now immune to being slowed. It's pretty cool. Those are actually some crazy heals on her. Who would ever wear that as a fighting outfit? What the fuck? I just realized that. That looks kind of crazy, to be honest. Oh well. What a strange outcome of this quest. I wonder if I could have just... I mean, he's just lying there, right? I'm sure that you can just kill him if you wanted to, but... I feel like he will probably be coming back at some point, somehow. It's just kind of weird. Maybe he was suddenly able to walk away. Because it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, does it? I don't know. That is certainly one of the minor criticisms that I have for this game, is that whenever you do actually have quests that feel like they can have, you know, different outcomes and whatnot. I mean, they can, but I don't know. Sometimes it feels like they haven't put enough care into all of the outcomes, right? As if they didn't have time to fully commit to, which I can understand, right? I mean, it's a fairly big game. I wouldn't have realized, or I wouldn't have thought that it was actually this this long with this much stuff to do. So it's one of these weird cases where you feel bad for criticizing the game because it has so much stuff, right? It's like saying, oh, you're giving me, you know, tons of stuff. Well, it's not really for free, but you get what I'm saying, right? It's the game gives you so much content, so many cool things, and then some of the things just slightly miss the mark. And, well, they're certainly, like, this could have been handled better, but at the same time, I feel bad for criticizing the game for it because there's so much in it, right? It's just like I'd rather have this quest than it being cut completely just because it doesn't have a fully satisfying ending, something like that, right? It's a bit of a weird thing. I don't know. It's also strange because I have criticized games. I feel like this as well. Sometimes there are games who would benefit from that would benefit from actually cutting things, right? Sometimes games do weird stuff. Oh yeah, I have talked about that in the context of this game, haven't I? So, for example, the inventory weight limit, the durability function of gear, those are things that should have just been cut from the game. They shouldn't be in the game at all, and the game would be better for it, right? There's no point to having these things in the game. It just doesn't make sense, right? And it makes the game worse because it's there. Thankfully, only ever so slightly, but it makes the game worse. This is kind of the opposite example of something where I would say, well, it's definitely cool that it's here. But yeah, the ending could have been done a little bit better. Especially since the quest seems to be completed, right? But yeah, it's a bit weird to begin with. Although it's another funny example of something that is inherently difficult to do, and that's not exclusive to this game at all. Because when I first met him, right, he had a specific debuff on him that made it so that I wasn't able to heal him. But obviously, technically, in the context of the lore of the game, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Because I am very frequently not only healing myself from, like, you know, meteor showers and being completely frozen, even dying, right? You can resurrect yourself and whatnot. Yet, like a broken leg or something from somebody that's just fallen down a cliff is apparently something you can't heal, right? That's obviously it's difficult because the quest in and of itself is a cool idea, right? This guy that's, you know, kind of talking about his imp slave in like a bad way, and it's a cool situation, but obviously it clashes with what the game has so far shown us about how healing works within it, right? So I kind of wish that, I mean, that's again not a criticism to this game specifically, because I do think that the game, within the context of what this game specifically does, it was handled quite well. But in general, that's a thing that happens in a lot of games, actually, where suddenly for specific quests or specific cutscenes, right? Cutscenes are, you know, a big contributor to this problem where, you know, it's not like it's already kind of a meme to say, oh, you know, he died in the cutscene, or now it's a cutscene gunshot or something, right? I mean, I think, for example, Yakuza does that quite often, where you just shot a million times outside of cutscenes, but then one shot into your body in a cutscene suddenly counts, right? Obviously, games need to have gameplay, and it's difficult to avoid those situations sometimes, but I would argue that, much like the same that I talked about, I think on Tuesday it was, where I said that, in what context was that? Well, it was basically about the fact that you should always sort of put constraints on you, because coming up with solutions to those constraints actually makes for a better game, right? So in this specific example, removing the debuff from that guy and actually allowing you to heal him, I feel like would have made for a better quest, because then the quest would, obviously it's more difficult to write then, because they would have to account for more outcomes, right? So I understand why they did it this way, but, you know, within the context of the game, it would have made more sense for me to be able to heal him, and then they could have accounted for that by maybe saying, well, he's healed, but maybe not fully, right? So the Bloodstone would have maybe fully healed his leg. Us just healing him would lead to a different outcome. Maybe he would go towards his imp if you immediately heal him, right? And it would be, quote-unquote, the bad ending to the quest, because you can't help the imp before helping this guy and whatnot, right? So that would have been pretty cool. And in case of the sort of cutscene example that I just gave, I also think that, you know, for example, by saying, all right, so we want to have a cutscene where a gun shot is actually lethal, right? So if you want that to happen, maybe you should think about ways of making other gunshots or gunshots within your quote-unquote normal gameplay more logical, right? That doesn't mean, like, you should obviously never sacrifice the fun of the gameplay for the inherent logic of your world, right? If, for example, you would be taking out guns out of the gameplay completely and it's much worse for it, or it's just really boring or something, then obviously that's not the right course of action. But I feel like coming up with cool solutions to that problem, where maybe you can still keep the guns during the normal gameplay, but maybe it's a rare occurrence, or maybe enemies that have guns are sort of mini bosses or something, right? I feel like that can just lead to way more interesting situations. Or you can also do other stuff. For example, one really, really clever thing that I still very, very much enjoy about The Last of Us is that there are specific scenes, for example, where you just have to run, right? And the enemies are shooting at you, but your character automatically has animations for dodging the bullets, right? So it makes sense that you're getting away. Like it's done like a movie chase sequence. Obviously, when you really look at it, it's probably not that logical that a person would be able to actually dodge all those bullets, right? It's very, very lucky if you would be able to do that. But nonetheless, it creates a way more realistic portrayal of that specific situation, and it actually makes you being shot, like actually the shot hits you, a lot more impactful. And The Last of Us does do that as well. Like if you're shot, so the enemies shoot way more infrequently than what you'd maybe get in other games, but in turn, if they hit you, it's actually a powerful impact, and it makes your character, you know, sometimes fall down or it makes Joel sort of react to that in a very impactful way, right? So those kinds of things can also be a really cool and creative way to solve that issue, right? Overall, when you really look at it with sort of a logical eye, it's still completely unrealistic how many shots you take in The Last of Us, how many people in general just shoot each other and still aren't dead, right? But like no normal human being would be able to survive what they go through within the game. That's just very, very, unrealistic that it would happen, or very unlikely that it would happen. But that's the idea, right? Just like an action movie or something. Obviously, the sort of, I guess, premise is that we are following the ones who actually made it, right? We're following the one person who is lucky enough to actually get through all those troubles. And you can kind of extend your disbelief a little bit in saying that, oh, maybe there's 100 people like him in theory, or somewhat similar, but all of them die, and we just happen to follow the one that was lucky enough to get through all of it, right? So when you look at it that way, it makes more sense, and that's fine. But I still think, again, whenever games try to actually address these issues and do so in a creative way, or find some sort of cool solution as to why these elements still exist within the gameplay, that's always really, really cool. And in this specific example, right, with his broken leg or whatever, they could have also had something like maybe make an offhanded comment that he was already healed by a bloodstone in the past, and maybe that bloodstone magic somehow is interfering with other magic on his body, right? So maybe he asks you to heal him, you actually try to heal him, and then, both of you realize, oh, somehow this isn't working. And then he says, wait, I was looking for a bloodstone, go look for it. Maybe the magic of the bloodstones is interfering with your healing or something, right? Just maybe add that one sentence or something to make the whole situation already feel a lot more sort of built within the actual context of the game. Whatever, let's go on. It's very interesting to think about all the time for me, because it's these little things that most people probably won't notice, and that's sort of another interesting thing, right? Because sometimes I think writers, or especially in games, game developers, writers, whatever, seem to fall into the fallacy of thinking that because people won't notice, they can just leave it out. But that's not it at all, right? Especially when you compare it to really, really good movies and then look at how those movies are made. Sometimes you feel like they're overdoing it in movies. And maybe they are to some extent, right? Certainly in newer movies, I feel like they've kind of strayed from that path a little bit. I mean, Marvel movies really aren't that great anymore. But that's another topic entirely. The thing is, though, when you look at how some of the details in movies were made, especially good movies, right? Let's say, first Pirates of the Caribbean, right? One of the most beloved movies, I think, over the last 20 years. The amount of detail that they put into some of the scenes and some of the background, like assets and just in general details that are in frame for like 0.3 seconds, right, is insane. And again, arguably, maybe some of those things they go a little bit overboard with, right? Which is also, obviously, these movies get more and more expensive, and there are certainly arguments for that not necessarily being a good thing. And I think we've seen over the past couple of years that it's not a good thing, especially with the over-reliance on CGI for some reason that we have now. And CGI getting progressively worse because the artists aren't actually given the time to make it look good. But yeah, I'm more talking about movies from like 20 to 10 years ago, I think, where there were a lot of details put into a lot of little things. And the reason for why that was happening is because all those little things add up to something that feels incredibly immersive, right? So you might, obviously you're not looking at some sort of little detail that's in frame for like 0.3 seconds. But if there's lots of little details, the overall scene just comes together in a completely different way compared to when that wouldn't be the case, right? And the same holds true for video games. If you add those little flavors, those little, you know, one-sentence offhanded comments that can serve as an explanation as to why something works or doesn't work, or little just hints and details here and there as to why things, like, give more context to the situation, explain it a little bit more as to why it's possible or not possible within the game, right? Can make the whole experience a lot better, right? Because you're not taken out of the game by weird decisions or things that just seem very arbitrary. And yeah, I just wish that in general games would focus on that a little bit more. Sadly though, especially with AAA games, I think it very often also comes down to the fact that they're kind of treated like Marvel movies, in that they are pushed to release without actually giving the artists and developers enough time to fully you know, go through over what they've created again and really nail the details. Which is sad because, as I said, one little detail missed can make a whole scene or a whole plot point completely mute, right? Or completely take you out of the immersion of the game. So you're spending all that time and money on these huge scenes, huge cutscenes and beautiful graphics, but then there's one like really dumb decision, right? Where maybe they weren't able to go over that again, or maybe some executive wanted to have, for example, and this is going to be the last sort of rant about this, I guess. I saw Joseph Anderson stream God of War, like the new one, right? I haven't really looked into the streams because I kind of still want to play the God of War games myself, at least the new ones. But I was kind of, because he's like a really, really funny streamer, so I was just sort of going through his clips and looking for funny moments and whatnot. And there apparently, I mean, it wasn't even part of the clip, but the clip essentially started when the scene was sort of coming to an end. Apparently there was a really, really emotional scene between two characters. You know, it's like sad music is playing and, you know, the graphics obviously are awesome. You know, one of the characters is slowly walking away. All the animations are perfect. And Kratos turns around, right? And there's like a loot bag on the ground or something. And he goes to pick it up and it just, boom, opens up the menu and a tutorial, completely cuts the music, right? Takes you completely out of what was an emotional scene just to have some dumb tutorial or to force you to equip some item that you just picked up, right? Things like that. How can that, like, I don't even want to know how much money a scene like that must have cost, right? Because it's obviously, like, it's motion capture, they have to have the actors, you know, all the graphics, everything that goes into the animations, making them perfect. I don't even want to know how many animation artists probably had to go over a scene like that to make sure that, you know, the eye movements are correct and all of that, right? And then you completely walk over that and destroy it by just having this dumb tutorial message pop up. Because for whatever reason, somebody said, oh yeah, sure, we need to remind the player if they pick something up that they also can equip it right away. Because a player is obviously too dumb nowadays to realize that that's a thing, right? Like how can you destroy a scene that must have probably cost like upwards of $1 million by one really, really dumb decision that could be alleviated by probably switching or like flipping one switch in the game code or something, right? It's a 5-second thing to take that out and actually let the player enjoy this very expensive cutscene. It's mind-blowing to me how stuff like that can happen, right? And that's also a reason, and don't get me wrong, I was a big fan, actually. I'm not a comic book reader at all. And still, I like the Spider-Man films with Tobey Maguire, actually, at the beginning of the 2000s, right? Sort of the first actual, when Marvel was slowly getting into the whole, movies thing. I really, really liked the first 2 Iron Man movies. And I also really liked the first Avengers. I thought that was pretty well done, right? Obviously, it's still just a dumb action flick, right? But it was really funny. It had some, obviously the recurring characters and how they brought it all together was really, really cool. But with the newer movies, especially with the trailers and stuff, they just look bad. And I know that a lot of other people have caught up on that as well, but they genuinely look bad. Right? The one thing that they're there for, which is obviously the cool action and the over-the-top CGI and super expensive scenes and whatnot, just look bad. And, well, when you take that away, what are you left with, right? Because, I mean, those movies aren't meant to be, super, super emotional or, this new... I don't know, they're not meant to be a super heavy thing, right? They're obviously meant to be fun and exciting and have a lot of action in it, right? But if you screw up that one aspect that they're mainly focusing on, then what's really left? I mean, even if it's written very well, it still will, because the action scenes drag, right? Or rather, well, they don't necessarily drag, but if you have like a 20-minute action scene that isn't really doing much for the writing, and then on top of that also looks bad, then, well, what are you left with, right? And I don't know why that's happening. And it's been a thing for a lot of years now where for some reason a lot of stuff just doesn't look right. I mean, even when you go back to the Star Wars movies, for example, I think you'll also find a lot of examples in them. I mean, there was a lot of talk about the weird, uncanny valley appearances of Governor Tarkin and Leia in Rogue One, right? But when you look at those scenes, you realize that they don't look bad because the technology isn't there. They look bad because they didn't have enough time to finish the scenes, right? Somebody just said, well, we have to release the movie now, and those scenes just weren't finished, but they were still in the movie for some reason. And I don't get it. Like, when you go back to, I mean, I was talking about Pirates of the Caribbean earlier, but especially when you look at the behind-the-scenes footage as well. Now, obviously, recreating a normal human in comparison to, for example, Davy Jones in the second Pirates of the Caribbean movie is a different thing. But the reason for why Davy Jones is done really, really well, and remember, that movie is like 10 years before Rogue One, right? The reason for why Davy Jones looks really good in that movie is because they did the shading and everything right. They went back, went specifically over it, really looked at the scene in detail, and made sure that the 3D face and the 3D CGI stuff on his face was really baked into the scene, right? And you can see that care in the behind the scenes footage as well, how they specifically go over even little details in lighting and everything to really make sure that the character looks right. And very clearly that same care wasn't done for Rogue One, and that's not the fault of the artists who were responsible for doing it. It's the fault for whoever decided that they didn't have the time or budget to go over that again, right? Because the shading and everything is completely wrong with those characters. When you really go back to those scenes in Rogue One, you'll realize that The skin looks too soft, right? Like it doesn't have really sort of the I guess, what would you call that? Like pores and everything that a real skin would have. It's not shaded correctly. And again, the lighting doesn't fully fit within the scene. And then there's also some animations that are just slightly off, right? But that has nothing to do with the available technology, only with the available time and budget that went into those scenes. And that's really sad, considering how much time and money they probably spent on that scene. Because it means that they basically went 95% of the way for 20% of the result, right? And had they spent those last 5%, the result would have been 5 times as good. Which is crazy to me that that's not happening just to get a movie out. I don't know, for its original release date. Rogue One didn't even release at Christmas, did it? Or maybe it did, I don't know. But that's so dumb, right? It's like, how can you literally throw away so much work just to meet a release date? I don't understand. Like, really, that's completely pointless. And especially when you then look back at it, why not, for example, take Leia out of the movie, just sort of hint at the fact that she's there, and spend that remaining time on the Governor Tarkin scene, right? But no, for some reason, that's not a thing that was happening. Anyways, let's get back into this game. I've been talking way too long already again. But it's just annoying me a lot because it keeps happening in games so many times as well. And as I said, like they put in 95% of the work, right? But the result obviously isn't there yet because it relies on the work being done correctly. And then some dumb executive comes in and says, oh, we have to release now. Too bad, right? And what I don't understand is that those executives are the ones who are spending the money, right? Like if I had a bunch of money, I mean, I guess the dumb stuff that Elon Musk is pulling currently is also a good example of how dumb that can be. But, you know, if I had that kind of money, like, why would I want to spend 90, like, what's actually a good example of that? Is there something in like your everyday life that would, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm looking at my clothes that are currently drying, right? Imagine you're buying really, really expensive clothes, right? For maybe, let's say for a wedding or something, right? You're buying a really expensive suit, right? And then you go and put that really expensive suit into your washing machine with possibly clothes that have like really cheap color on them that very easily, you know, goes onto other stuff. And also like put in really, really cheap like washing powder and whatnot, right? To, I don't know, and it just completely destroys the suit. That would be the equivalent of that, right? Like, why buy that expensive suit to begin with if you're then not willing to also spend a little bit more money on cleaning it, right? Or properly cleaning it. If you destroy all the fabric afterwards, like, what was the point, right? You could have just gone with a cheap suit. Everybody still would have been happy, and it probably would have looked almost as good as the expensive one. Right? Because typically they actually do look very alike. Like most people wouldn't notice, right? So, what have you gained there specifically? Nothing. You've just lost a ton of money. And that's the equivalent of what they're doing to a lot, sadly, a lot of games and movies, right? Where they spend a ton of money and then basically just throw that away by not spending the last 5%. or not making sure that the product really is good. I don't really understand. And arguably, well, I think sometimes what the executives are thinking is that maybe the consumers won't notice anyways, right? And a lot of the times that was the argument, right? For a very long time, and arguably, well, I could see that perspective as well. Because it did seem like, for a couple of years, it did seem like consumers didn't care, right? It seemed like, oh, you know, people just didn't care that they didn't spend all those, you know, or that they didn't care for these little details. But I think the fallacy there for a lot of executives as well was that they kind of just thought that they wouldn't notice, or they assumed just because they didn't notice once that it would just continue that way, right? And they wouldn't have to actually go back and really care for those details. But what they didn't realize is that consumers actually did notice, but they kind of overlooked it because it was only done once, right? And then the second time they noticed again, but said, well, it's still a really beloved franchise, you know, let's gloss over it a little bit. But when it happened the third time, they did take notice, right? And people said, well, maybe they're not actually caring about us, right? Maybe they're not actually caring about what they're producing there. And then, you know, your earnings drop. And you can see that, for example, in the Han Solo movie, right? I think that's a very, very good example of where consumers finally realized, oh, they're just kind of presenting shit to us and we're supposed to pay a lot of money for it, right? Yeah. And you see that in a lot of other games. Battlefield is a good example of that, right? Where you already saw that in Battlefield 4, they did some stuff that was slightly off compared to Battlefield 3, right? And then Battlefield 1 was pretty bad, actually. But a lot of people just said, oh, you know, it's a new Battlefield, it looks better, you know, it'll be fine. But then when Battlefield 5 came out, people realized, oh, these games are shit now. And they stopped buying them, right? Which ultimately came to bite them in the ass in 2042 or whatever it's called. So it takes a long time for those trends to change, right? Which is impossible to understand for some reason for the investors and executives and whatnot, because they apparently only think in like quarterly earnings or something. It's obviously dumb if you're responsible for something that takes multiple years to finish. And then, as I said, right, if only, let's see, so 4 Battlefield games came out over the course of 10 years, right? I think, roundabout? Like major titles. That's not a lot, right? So one was still really, really good. Then the next one was actually pretty bad, but people kind of didn't care. And then they started to care. But it was still, you know, a feeling of, well, maybe it is still good, or it will still get good or something, right? And at that point, yes, you're losing a lot of customers, but it's already 7.5 years since your initial success, I guess. Which is not even true, because, you know, you'd also have to consider Bad Company 2 and Battlefield 3 and whatnot, and obviously Battlefield 2, which is even earlier than that. But yeah, for some reason, executives just don't think in those kinds of terms or time spans, and which seems ridiculously dumb to me, because it's always this, Battlefield isn't selling anymore. And you read like articles about that, right? And you kind of go, but you didn't realize? How could you not have noticed? We noticed 7 years ago, right? And I just don't understand how somebody can be that stupid yet make that much money. Like they themselves make that much money, right? And I sit here going, well... And the funny thing is, right? Didn't I want to stop with that? Nah, anyways. One really, really funny thing to me is that people often say executives and whatnot, they're overpaid. And I would agree with that, right? Of course they are. Like a person shouldn't make, I don't know, 20 million per year. That's ridiculous, especially if the lowest paid person in your company makes maybe 20,000 or even less than that per year, right? Like, obviously the difference there is bad, and that shouldn't be a thing in our society. But the funny thing to me is that those executives very often don't even lead good lives. Like, when you actually look at what they do and how they spend their day, I don't think that I would want that. Like, having the money would be cool, but what would be the point in making 20 million per year if you have to work 80 hours per week to get there? Like, obviously, in comparison, the amount of money you make per hour is still ridiculously high. But you don't have any time to appreciate that, right? I mean, for example, if I wouldn't have time anymore to play 14 or to play this, what am I supposed to do with that money, right? I mean, like, to me, that it would be almost worthless. And that's what's so funny to me, is that how can a person, because that's the thing, right? It's often been talked about, oh yeah, executives are sitting on their ass and they're not actually doing anything. But they kind of are, aren't they? I mean, they do something. I don't know what exactly they do. Probably just talking to other people. I mean, maybe they enjoy that. Okay, in that case, I guess, cool, good for them. But how can you work 80 hours as the executive of a company and not realize that your main products are bad? And also don't understand the reasoning behind it. Like that, I don't understand. It's so weird to me how that can even happen, right? And again, it's like, I think a lot of people are under the impression that it just doesn't matter, that companies will, you know, earn their money regardless. And it's certainly true for a couple of companies, but over the years, we definitely have also seen companies that, even though they were really, really big, still eventually, you know, faltered. And that's always due to bad executive decisions. And I mean, sure, the executives aren't blamed for that, right? Sadly. Because they're not actually the ones who own the company, but I don't know, it's always mind-blowing to me. You look at these things and you look at stuff that analysts and whatnot put out, and you just kind of, you look at that and say, how can somebody who works that many hours on something be that dumb? Right? It's completely insane to me. And then there are people who are actually investing in that stuff, right? But obviously that also makes you realize how the whole, like, investment side of things and the a lot of trading and whatnot, right, is actually complete bullshit. Like, it's the reason for why shares sometimes trade for higher or for more money is not because the company is suddenly actually worth more money, but because people speculate on it, right? It's all speculation and all just, it's kind of a circle jerk. It has nothing to do with reality anymore, sadly. In most cases. Like, sometimes it does. But in most cases, it has absolutely nothing to do with reality. Which then brings it back to the saddest part about all of that, is that as a normal private human being, you're kind of forced to participate in that to some degree. Because obviously you want to have, you know, retirement money, for example, right? And obviously the highest, or the stuff that pays the best will most likely be some weird fund, right? That's investing in, I don't know, 150 different companies. But those companies will be pretty bad companies. And the reason for why the fund makes money and makes you money, retirement money or whatever, is not because they actually produce something or they actually make the world a better place or you know, create cool products, but simply because of the circle jerk, because of people saying, well, we think these are good companies, even though they aren't, and then they make money, even though they don't produce anything of value, that is. It's kind of a weird and sad place that we are in. And yeah, it's all connected to this line of thinking, right? That often happens to AAA games. That it's just really, really sad to see that actual good products are very rarely valued, right? They are appreciated by some, and thankfully, especially through the internet, we can now also appreciate good products, and there's a lot of places, sort of a lot of niche places where you can really honor good work, but that doesn't, like, that does exist, and I'm really grateful that it does, because it kind of, you know, brings back your faith in humanity a little bit. But on the other hand, there are also other things, right? I mean, there are things that you love, right? I mean, when I think about how many times I've read the Harry Potter books, right? That was really magical to me when I was a child. And then you look at the crap they put out nowadays with the Harry Potter or Hogwarts logo on it. I mean, I think I mentioned the live stream for the new Harry Potter game that comes out, and you just look at it and it's basically a tech demo, right? It looks really, really good, and the fantasy of being able to go, actually in the game, go through the entirety of Hogwarts Castle looks incredible. And then a cutscene starts, and it sounds and looks like a game from like 2000. Pokemon has better cutscenes than the new Harry Potter game, and voice acting and writing. Like, seriously. I'm not kidding here. The frickin' Pokemon Snap game that came out like 2 years ago, new Pokemon Snap, whatever, has better voice acting and better writing than the side quests of the new Harry Potter game, at least according to the gameplay demo that they did anyways. And I just sat there going, okay, so we have a game that beautifully recreates Hogwarts in a digital form, makes it look really, really good, you know, has a ton of graphical details put into it. But if you talk to the first person that you meet, it feels like a game from early 2000, right? Or it feels like playing that first weird Harry Potter game that I had on PC, where you have to collect a lot of birdie bots. What are they called? Well, the things that come with all the different tastes and whatnot. That was a really weird game. But yeah, it's... Oh man, I could go on and on about this for hours, as you can see, but it's just... I just wish that we could move past that.
Donnie would have been in stitches had he heard that.
What is happening here? What is going on with all these animals being here all of a sudden?
Such legs she has. Such delicate hooves. No other creature in creation can compare.
What is happening? Oh, I should probably switch to Lillian. Huh? Wait.
Simfred, get your fluffy ass back here. Howdy. Lovely day for a romp through the forest, ain't it?
I guess. The thing is, though, we're not really in Lucula Forest anymore, are we? We're like past...
We should make a run for it,
Maurice, dearest,
well, I guess
you do have a tendency to
the one...
state the obvious.
There were some bridges that led over here, right? At some point in the past.
Ha! Like hell. Goblins round here swarm as thick as flies round my cattle's asses. Put an axe in my bodyguard's face, one of them did. Right where his big drunken nose used to be.
Bodyguard? Okay. Who the hell are you?
So, you wish to partake in a polite little parley about our respective prospects, purposes, and expectations in life, do you? Rotten, cotton-picking nonsense, that.
Okay, I just wanted to have a nice chit-chat.
I'm Roy. I'm in the animal trade. And instead of knocking back Chief Rye and Silver Glen, I'm stuck in a friggin' forest surrounded by totem-worshipping savages that want to use my privates for target practice. There. Now you know it all.
Alright, nice animals you have?
Aye, my
Great
latest
question.
set of merchandise. Joy to herd 'em, that lot, until they crap all over your shoes, that is. Won't cost me fortunes on bootblack's wages much longer, though. Bought 'em for cheap from Berkshire back in the city, and I'm about to sell 'em dearly indeed in sacred stone.
Oh, okay, well that makes more sense now. I was wondering why he was here. Because I feel like this part of the forest now, with the Immaculates and whatnot, isn't necessarily where normal people would want to be. But I guess if he's selling animals to them, that kind of makes sense.
Full of lunatics, that place, or so I've been told. They'll slice these beasts from ear to ear the moment they can get their hands on them. Use the blood in rituals or some such. Lunatics, right? Madman.
I'm inclined to agree.
Must you?
Yeah, tell me about your bodyguard.
Donnie. Boss, some thug from Side Seal he was. All balls, no brains, you know. Perfect set of qualities to lead me past them zombies, I figured.
It is cool how they're mentioning them again, right?
Figured right, I did, until we met them goblins. Now, you can have balls bigger than that bull over there, but it takes a fair bit of wit and cunning to beat a goblin at the hunting game. And Donnie, I tell you, the simple soul would have believed you if you told him eggs grow on eggplants.
Why can't I ask him about Silverglen? What do you know about Silverglen?
Not that your typical mining settlement is Silver Glen. You know the kind. Rough and tumble shacks, rough and tumble workfolk, and a handful of women that let their petticoats drop to the floor the moment they see a shiny coin between your fingers.
Those goblins you mentioned sound nasty.
No kidding. Ferocious as a hungry mountain lion, that lot, with swords and spears for talons. Donnie and I must have adventured too far north. I'm just gonna hang low until I can no longer smell him, and then I'll make a dash for it. Without an escort this time.
Do I actually want to help him? The thing is, I don't fully know where you want to go. Like, do you actually want to go back to Silverglen? Or do you want to go... Because I don't want to lead him to Sacred Stone. I don't care for him, I care for the animals, actually. Perhaps you need an escort out of here.
Oh, you'll provide protection, will ya? Be my paladin, my knight in shining armor.
I mean, maybe he doesn't even want that.
Like hell you will. You with your fancy weapons and armor, you rattle like a gypsy's wagon.
Yeah. Well,
Every damn goblin between here and the friggin' moon'll hear us coming. No, I'll get out of here soon enough by my god's damn self.
alright. Suit yourself. I'll have you know I killed a lot of goblins already, so... You would probably be fairly well off with me, but... whatever.
You may be too tough and wiry to be eaten, but I'm as soft and tender as a newborn calf.
Hopefully they'll...
Which is something I do not intend to share with a famished
Hopefully he
or any
just
other
doesn't
carnivorous creature.
go right away. Enjoy the talk a little bit. I will take a very short break, and then I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back.
Let's leg it, mate.
Let's actually talk to the animals. I'm not entirely up for just leaving them in his care. Also, okay, wait, that's a waypoint. I need to figure out where the heck that cave is supposed to be, where you can control the totem. For the Goblin Village. Stardust Herb. pick up this stuff real quick. Not that I really need it, but... Hey, another Adventurer Field Guide. Volume 20? I feel like I'm already looting a bunch of stuff, but for some reason... Like... How can there be so many volumes? I feel like I missed a lot of them, but I don't know how. Anyways, when worst comes to worst and you're down to your last pair of breeches, don't forget where leather comes from. Animals. Strip their hides and use your knife to turn them into something useful. Cool.
I'm warm as fresh apple pie.
Ahoy, traveller. Let me salute you with true ovine spirit. Welcome.
Can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Bruce, ram, roamer, and reveller. Revel in what you ask. The beauty that is Dory. That is this sweet, nay, this cherubic cow. The cutest of our kind ever to have moved.
There isn't a goblin to be seen around here. We should go before they come
so you
back
fancy
and decide
Doreen,
to have
do you?
veal for
Why,
lunch.
yes. Do tell me, have you ever beheld a bovine belle as elegant as her? No, for such a cow does not exist. Would that I could partake in the privilege that boar of a bull enjoys. How cute and woolly our offspring would be.
I don't know about that. Okay, this is... I mean, I'm all for it, but... yeah. Poor sheep. Afraid Roy is to sell you to a butcher.
Leaving lambs on a lavender eiderdown. Tell me it isn't true. Am I to go like a sheep to the... Well, you know the Harrod freeze. Please, help me, help me.
Okay, how can we help these animals? Let me look at
I
this.
don't
Roy's
understand why
Menagerie.
we're staying put.
We met Roy, a
Silver
merchant on his
Glen
way
can't
to
be far
deliver a
away
herd of
now,
animals
can
to
it?
Sacred Stone. They are destined to be slaughtered, though they seem to be oblivious to their fate.
How about we?
Maurice,
Good for you.
dearest, you do have a tendency to state the
Something.
obvious.
Sup, mate? Who are you, Sir Rabbit?
I'm Timford, mate. Badass buck. Wood?
I like you.
Cow?
You should know that death awaits you in Silver
Barney would've
Glen.
been in
Say what?
stitches and he-
I ain't joining that party, mate. I'm off. Cheers and peace out.
The fuck is this rabbit?
You go where you'll want, but I'm not
Tim
interested.
Gods be damned.
Latest.
You cows smell something fierce.
Wait, did he realize that I talked to... What? Does he even know that I can talk to animals? The heck does that work?
There isn't a goblin to be seen. A shiny day to you. Delighted to make your acquaintance.
Please tell me about yourselves.
Your interest in my modest person truly flatters me. My name is Doreen, and this is my husband, my flame, my love, my Valentine, Maurice.
What is the sheep doing, though? Is it also trying to run away, but not actually running away? Moo to you, too.
Oh, Maurice, darling, do be quiet. He never bothered to master the human tongue, you see, and is therefore wholly incapable of indulging in this delightful conversation.
What? Wait, what?
Cow?
I thought I had mastered something to be able to talk to you,
Would've been in stitches.
not the other way around. So animals also have to be able to talk English, basically, in order for me to then understand them? That... Okay. I mean, sure. This whole talk to animals thing is kind of funny to begin with, so fine, if that's how it works. Yeah, moo to you too.
Yes, that'll do, Maurice. Oh, he's just so excited, don't you know, as am I, to go to the golden pastures of Silver Glen. Roy, our owner, has been going on and on about how all of us will soon be in a better place indeed.
Yeah, I think you might have misinterpreted his phrasing. Doesn't he want to go to Sacred Stone, though?
Stitches and he heard that.
Please tell me about yourselves.
Your interest in my modest person truly flatters me. My name is Doreen, and this is my husband, my flame, my love, my Valentine, Maurice.
Yep.
Oh, Maurice, darling, do be quiet.
Oh, wait, huh? Is that the same?
Yes, that'll do, Maurice.
Okay, usually
He's just so
I
excited.
thought this was slightly
don't you know,
different, but
as am
because
I,
usually these
to
options
go to
disappear.
the golden pastures of Silver Glen. Roy, our owner, has been going on
you
and
do
on
know
about
you're to
how
be slaughtered
all
in
of us
Silver
will
Glen, don't
soon be
you?
in a... Dear me. Slaughter? Blood? This cannot be. We must do something. Maurice, darling, do something.
Is he just gonna run over Roy? Moo to you too.
Bit late for that, innit? Trust you to raise a moot point, Maurice.
Oh my god. A moot point because he mooed.
Have mercy on us poor animals. Deliver us from certain death in horrid Silver Glen.
Brown cow?
Well, how do we do that? We informed Doreen of Roy's intentions, and now she's terrified. She asked for our help. So, can we just kill this guy, or...?
Well. The wee wabbit went away, eh? How wonderful.
Did indeed.
Blast your eyes. That cursed Coney would have fetched me a pretty penny if it weren't for your meddling.
How the fuck do you... Well, I guess... You would have heard what we told the rabbit, right? I don't know why he isn't be bothered by the fact that we seem to be able to understand them, but...
Dear gods, I can picture it now.
These animals are destined to be slaughtered. Hadn't you rather release them?
What? You're soft of heart, are you? The poor dears shouldn't be killed. I should just give up on the gold they'll fetch me. Well, say no more.
Well, I mean, you can sell them to somebody who won't kill them.
Seriously? Shut it. You think I risk life and limb for a bit of beef and mutton? Either you pay me in gold, or you leave me alone before all this chatter attracts the damn goblins.
Well, we can arrange that. Let's see. You'll hand over those animals, or it'll be your blood that will be used in rituals. Surely a man as charming and considerate as yourself wouldn't mind giving these animals to a charity case like myself. That's a weird option. These animals are a burden to you. You'll never make it out of the woods alive with them slowing you down. What if I pay? Yeah, I'm sure as hell not gonna pay for them. Let's intimidate him. Obviously, the reasoning also makes sense, because I do kind of had the impression that he wouldn't really be able to get out of these woods with everything that's going on, but let's do that. Oh, 2 against 2, huh? Oh boy.
But you may skewer one of them with your horns, perhaps even as much as 5. In the end, you can't skewer them all. Poor Maurice, we're doomed.
I don't know why this seems to work. Yeah. Kind of strange, but oh well, whatever. I wanted to intimidate.
Fine. You can have them. God's damned highway robbers are everywhere these days. Here's hoping the goblins will skin ya.
And he just runs away. Where the hell is he even going? Oh, I guess we won't find out. What we got rid of Roy, and now the animals are ours. We can decide what to do with them.
Morris Pumpkin is a miracle.
Moo.
And what the hero of the hour, nay, the century. How agreeable it is to gaze upon you.
Can't we just send them over to the bard? I mean, that's not far away. You're free from Roy, you're safe.
My champion, I am in your debt. Maurice and I are infinitely grateful. May neither thine horns nor thine udders ever wither.
Okay, thanks.
Moo?
Moo.
Well said, my dear Maurice. Well spoken indeed. But what shall we do next? We can hardly travel with you, now can we, kind hero?
Yeah, I'm afraid that's not going to work where we are trying to go.
Perhaps we could seek those legendary pastures that nasty creature other Roy described. They may well be real, for a man such as he hasn't the imagination to dream up such a lovely place. Though perhaps it is safer and more convenient simply to return to Sisale.
I mean, where were those pastures supposed to be to begin with? I'm not entirely sure. I mean, the thing is, that Bard that we found, and all the animals that were next to him, that kind of looked like a lovely place. I just don't necessarily think that those are these supposed pastures. I mean, as far as I can tell, there really is only danger here, right? I mean, there is sacred stone, where they'll be slaughtered for their blood. There's like a demon castle for some reason. There is a desert with nasty sandstorms. Even though we got rid of the Spider Queen, it's still not really a safe place. In Silver Glen, they'll probably be slaughtered as well. And the rest of the Cooler Forest really isn't that great either. So, honestly, go back to Cyseal and be safe there.
Only danger lies ahead. Go back to Cyseal and be safe there.
Cyseal is nothing but a dead end. They should try to find happiness somewhere else. I mean, we have seen like a cool... There is at least one pasture in Cyseal that has... Oh yeah, there... Right, in Cyseal we had those cows that were mooing the entire time, so clearly the animals there seem fairly happy. And also technically we made Cyseal safe now, right? I mean, we kind of got rid of the zombies. We dealt with Bracca's Rex. Yeah, better to be safe than very sorry and very dead around the next bend.
Better to be safe than very sorry and very dead round the next bend.
Yes, I suppose you're right, sweet liberator. In fact, there's no supposing about it. Come, Maurice Buttercup. We are going home to Cyseal.
Moo.
Moo. Alright. Oh, that's it? And the sheep just follows them? Oh, sheep's cute. We told the animals to go back to Bersha and Cyseal. Ah, right. Completely forgot about her. Wait, didn't she... Wasn't she complaining about, like, a lost sheep the entire time? Did this Roy character even buy these animals, or did he steal them in Cyseal? Huh. Well, I mean, I hope that this was the right decision, and that they can make it back to Cyseal. I guess I could go and try to find out. Alright, let's take a quick sneak peek over there. There's a lot of blood there. Whoa. What is going on here? Poisonous mushroom? Archibald.
Look, Daddy, butterfly.
And Amadeus.
They must taste great on bread.
Okay, Oop. Sometimes the camera does weird stuff. Let me see. I guess this is actually the end of the map? Wait a second, how is this place connected to the rest of everything then? Huh. We can also still go to the Troll King, because now we have the we found how to get in there, right? Let's actually unlock the waypoint first, though. Let's see. Hopefully these guys won't directly attack us, because if he has a child there, child troll or what?
Look!
What?
One of the alien aspect approaches. Go on, my boy. State the ancient demand.
Alien aspect? What?
Troll.
Well nigh correct, my son, but not quite.
What's up with those weird slimes?
Troll.
Wait, what did he just say? Toll?
You come very close in your approximation of the venerable bid, my boy. But a tiny flaw distorts it still.
How can Archibald be so well spoken and his child? Well, I guess it's, I don't know. Child may well be only like 2 years old or something, right? I mean, no idea what trolls would look like at certain stages in their life.
Now then, dearest wanderer of Lucula's leaf-strewn lanes, you have heard our inviolable command. Pay us, trolls, the toll that is our prerogative, and the bridge shall be yours to cross.
Who are you two?
I am Bridgekeeper Archibald, and this wee cherub is my dear son, Amadeus. I'm in charge of his education, and will see to it that one day he shall become the greatest bridgekeeper ever to have voiced the hallowed tenet. Troll toll, yes, so he shall. So he shall indeed.
Well, to be entirely honest, I didn't even want to cross your bridge yet. I got some other questions. I guess we could just walk away, right?
Ask them, and I shall answer.
What happened to those dead travelers? I don't... I saw dead goblins. I guess there are also dead people on the ground here?
Those clubbed unfortunates over yonder.
Clubbed
They did
unfortunates.
not pay the toll, traveler. And to be clubbed, I'm afraid, is the fate that indubitably befalls those who do not heed the infrangible doctrine that is troll toll.
I was kind of sympathetic with you because of your son, but that's not very nice, is it? Why must we pay that?
Because our king deems it equitable that we should do so. His word is law amongst us trolls, and by extension, anyone who travels through his lands, the woods of Lucula.
That's a bit unfortunate. I feel like I might have been able to avoid this encounter entirely if I had maybe talked to the Troll King first, but...
They say only one of your kind has ever met him, and even that is but a rumor. Maradino is the name this exception went by. A sorcerer. Know you so quit that grimace of eccentric character?
And he actually knows the distinction between sorcerer and sorcerer? Okay.
I was told he had a lair upon Lucula's desert plain, but have never seen proof myself. All for the better, I believe. For should he have stood in the presence of the king, his presence would have been snuffed decisively and brutally.
I wonder if that's actually how he died. He found out the secret of the Troll King and then tried to talk to the guy.
Bang!
Bang.
With a bang indeed, Amadeus.
Okay, should I just try to walk away? Do you think that's a possibility? Because maybe if I talk to that king first, I'd be able to get past him without having to pay. Fuck, I got some stuff on my finger. What? Let's try and do that.
You may refrain from handing us the recompense we are due until next we meet. But I must warn you that to cross the bridge without paying the toll is to invite death upon you. A scythe he will not carry. No, a troll's club instead.
Alright, well, that's good then. Like father, like son, we met a troll named Archibald and his well-behaved son Amadeus, who asked us to pay a toll to cross the bridge. And we shall do so as soon as we actually want to cross it. That's an orc though, right? They're on the ground? Seems to have killed a bunch of people. Oh wait, there's more orcs down there as well.
The deer casts a fearful glance at you. It opens its mouth as if to speak, but no words escape.
What happened? Did you lose your voice?
With great sadness in its eyes, the deer nods and points its head toward the east. Yonder dwells what took its voice, if indeed this animal is to be believed.
Way to the east? Wouldn't that be here? Oh, okay. How are there suddenly so many quests here? I don't... That is certainly quite weird. I mean, sure, there was the Spider Queen here, but a lot of this sort of section didn't really have that much stuff going on. And then suddenly you come here and there's like this fortune teller with a bunch of animals and a bunch more animals and this goblin village and... How weird. And what is going on down here? Oh. Wait, what? Young orc warrior. I actually wanted to talk to you guys, but alright. Guess I'll have to kill you then. Sorry, buddies. They are susceptible to poison, aren't they? Yeah. Let's go with the skeleton. It's always a nice idea. Can hear the troll's son walk around the entire time. Boink. Some nice poison and an Oath of Desecration for Bedotta. Blind the back one. They won't give me much trouble, I feel like. Should I cast Emulation on this guy? Don't want to accidentally blow up the skeleton, although... Sure.
Blaze eternal.
Yeah, it's just... I think it blew up the poison that he stands on. Other than that, it's fine. Let's see. What shall I do? I mean, I can do Splintered Arrow and Ricochet. Wait, what? He has a healing potion and an antidote? He doesn't know what to do. Alright. Target is blocked? How? Am I like standing in a weird position or something? Let's go over here then. Oh yeah, I might have been behind the yeah, I was behind the stone, I think. Boink. He took a potion of poison resistance, right? So I guess he remains poisoned, but will take less damage from it, right? Okay. Well, that only hits one of them. Poor guy blinded and crippled. I mean, they've already lost anyways, but... Let's see. Are they susceptible to earth damage, actually? Or do they have higher resistance to that? Not really.
Opens to welcome you.
Boink.
No glory in this death.
Oh no, I stunned Medora again because she's standing in the damn blood. Did I even take damage? I think Medora took a tiny amount.
Bless the seven. I am restored.
Oh, that's locked. Do you have the key?
Blessed may you be by all seven gods, dear champion. But for your timely intervention, I would have ended up in either an orcish cauldron or the goblin slave pen, whence these thugs were ordered to march me.
Well, technically, does that still exist? I mean, I kind of crashed the entire mining operation here, so don't know if they could have still done that. How'd you end up here?
I'm from Hunter's Edge, a hamlet to the east of here. Heed my advice and stay well away from that pitiable place, for no human may walk there freely anymore. The orcs came in the night, and we stood as much chance as chickens would, locked in a hen house with a pack of starving wolves. Not to mention that our champion Medora had already abandoned us.
Ooh boy. I don't think she really abandoned you. It's really interesting how many people you meet from Hunter's Edge, though. Because for the longest time I thought that it was a place that was mentioned, but not necessarily part of the game, but now I feel like it's actually here on the map, maybe? So it might also play a role?
Those who escaped their initial frenzy, eluded their horrid hunger, were all enslaved. I myself was en route to be sold as a slave to the goblins, but those idiot orcs denied to pay a troll their eternal troll toll. Needless to say, a fight ensued. A fight that brute of a troll won with flying colors.
Well, that explains why there's orcs and humans next to, like, dead next to the troll, because the orcs apparently tried to bring their slaves over to wherever they are supposed to be, and subsequently they were all killed by the troll.
We merry three were the only ones to escape the carnage and taking a bit of a breather. That is to say, the fight had made my orc guardians hungry once more. Had Pudgy Pete survived, it'd have been skinned and chopped by now. Regular devils, these orcs. Go ahead.
It's so interesting to me that we can ask them about the goblins and the mines and whatnot. Is there a way to get here? Because I feel like I might be missing a way to... Was there another way to get here? There must have been, right? It feels so weird that we can ask them about... Guess I'll find out. Tell me about the goblins.
The goblins have been the masters of Silverglen's mines for a while now. Took it by force. From what I hear, the erstwhile miners back in the village have no idea their brethren from Hunter's Edge are being forced to slave in their lost quarry. The more fool them.
You know more about the mines?
Ask me not why it has been the nucleus of such strife, for I haven't the foggiest. In truth, I don't intend to find out either. Thanks again for freeing me, dear champion. I'll make a dash for it to Seal, and hope the undead there have grown sluggish enough for me to slip by.
Yeah, they're all dead. He's running that way, though. Strange.
Maybe the lock could be jimmied.
Let's see, can I unlock this?
I'll need to unlock this somehow.
Pick lock? That works. That works. Nice. Probably nothing of value in there anyways. Well, a meteor strike scroll, but I guess that's... Okay. Inventory again. I do want to sell this. That's one-handed. Oh, that's one-handed as well. I was gonna say, that's not a lot of damage, actually. But if it's one-handed, obviously, it's... Yeah. It didn't even pick up that much. I mean, yeah, it's not nothing, but it's also... I mean, it's a bunch of rings and cloth as well. I mean, we can send these to Lillian already. Stuff that doesn't have any special effects on it. Alright, let's unlock the waypoint. Alright, so that leads over into the village, where I'm still not entirely sure how I would be able to deal with them. And this is above that goblin's camp that I took out. But I mean, the bridge is destroyed. There is no way to get here. That's what's confusing me. Why is this guy just... The guy was talking about the mines and everything else. Like, I wasn't there already? Maybe this'll... I mean, this kind of looks like it actually leads over to another map. So maybe Hunter's Edge is an entirely different map. And one that'll... So... We'll go over to the other map and then come back here. Because this entire place also looks like it's not accessible from where we are now. I mean, I definitely want to go to the Troll King Cave. Because we got those, we got that. Maybe that will allow us to get past this troll toll without having to pay. Also, what's up with these weird slimes? Like, are you... Is there a reason why these exist here, or... They're not hostile, funnily enough. Do they maybe belong to the trolls? Are they keeping, like, poison slugs for some reason? Also, I don't fully understand... Is this really the goblin village with the totem? Was that even a quest? Bound to Uten Beast. I don't think that was an actual quest. Right? Maybe? Well, I did unlock the waypoint, so we're able to go back here if I want to. Oops, I always forget that. Troll King Cave entrance. I always want to click on the waypoints because they look like Final Fantasy XIV teleport points to me. Okay, this is where the mushroom circle was initially, right? And it said this is where we have to use that spell that we found. If I can find out which one it was. Naradino's secret files. Enter the Gungia. I have imbued this very tome with the necessary spell. In the future, I need only bring this book to the ray of light that pierces the magic mushroom ring. Gungia's treasure will transform from granite to gorgeous gold.
And with that, it's time to go spelunking for Tenebrium.
Assuming this Maradino actually knew his way around the spellbook, that is.
Alright, well that was easy. Let's see what that did. And it did open up the way. Oh, I wanted to talk to the rat. Also, why is it constantly turning my camera around whenever I do that?
Do what I do. Use the passage all the way to the left of the cave. That'll keep you safe from these big bruises. For a little while, anyway. I can slip under the palisade, but I guess someone your size will have to bust it down.
Do I actually have to fight trolls? I had kind of hoped I would just be able to go in here. Thunder. Well, maybe not. They might be...
Well, I'll be a son of a troll. It's one of those big fairies without wings. What are they called again? Hares? No. Herrings? No. Humans! That's it.
Well, herrings is something else.
A human! That means you must be looking for Maradino. No other of you fairies has been here since him. Go ahead, go ahead. Go right along. I'm certain you'll be treated just like he was.
Somehow I didn't expect that this cave was so inherently linked to Maradino's story as well. That's really, really awesome. So I guess we do... Well, not get to know, we actually... I think we can be fairly certain that Maradino was actually killed by the trolls. So he found the entrance to this cave and subsequently was murdered by them for that. Treated just like he was, huh?
Nothing. Wouldn't want to spoil the surprise.
Surely a handsome troll like you has no reason to hold anything back from me. I had thought a troll like you would be too mature for secret surprises. Let's go with charming. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, sometimes these do work differently. For some reason. What did you choose? Paper, right? Nope. Unfortunate. You know why I think these are so weird? And it's something that I haven't really thought about up until now. As much as I like these, they have one fundamental problem. With real rock, paper, scissors, well, 1/3 of the time... Well, is it really 1/3 of the time? Wait. Fuck. Anyways, fairly frequently, you will draw, right? Both of you will have, will choose the same thing. That never happens in this game, though. With the AI, that is. Which is interesting. Because it means that whatever your opponent does is calculated after you choose. So it's not entirely random. They always choose basically 50-50, or supposedly 50-50 between the other two things, right? And I don't think it's actually 50-50. I wonder how they programmed that. I find that very curious, why they chose to go against the draw possibility.
I'm pretty alright, and intelligent enough to know when I'm being sweet-talked. You're nothing but a deceiver, and deceivers, they die.
Well, sorry, I wasn't really intending to kill you, but I guess we don't have any other choice. Certainly won't be making a nice impression on everybody else in this cave, but it is what it is, I guess. Poison and earth resistance, that's great. That means I can't really do anything else. Let's just Oath of Desecration on Redotta. And just cast Ice Shard, I guess.
I come to despair of the wicked king.
And try to slow him down. Should I go with immolation and wait? That's 5. Oh yeah, I can go with headwise and immolation.
Your life goes on in smoke.
Poor troll. Slowed, burned, blinded. Well, he wasn't actually burned, but yeah, he's basically dead. Just go with a normal shot. Yeah, kind of sorry about that, honestly, because he was all alone. Poor little troll. Oh, hello.
Careful, mate. Trolls ahead.
Wait, you fled here? Do you know anything about trolls?
Dharma's carrots, that lot. But they'll work you something fierce. Want me to distract them, mate?
Isn't that risky for you? But sure.
On it, mate. Here we go.
Please don't die. Oh, this counts as stealing? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned by the fact that we had to kill the initial... That stone is floating. They have a lot of gold. Apparently a lot of people actually paid the troll toll, huh?
Friends, the great, beautiful trolls of this cave have cursed it with me weakening magic.
They have?
Freaky troll lust is gonna set our party in a panic. Don't worry, comrades. This place is no more cursed than my boot.
These coins too hard. Am I a gun guard? Gun guard, report for duty.
I don't fully understand what Timfred is doing. I kind of want to just deal with them though. King Gungia. Do you think that... Let's save. Let's see if... I don't think that we can talk to them, but we might be able to pick them off one by one. Oh, he also entered the battle. Alright. Interesting. I mean, well... I don't know. If they're... I feel bad because... Well, one of the trolls that we met, right, the one that is looking for a friend and seemed quite intelligent, actually, we left alone, and you know, they can be reasonable. And the Archibald guy with the son, I don't necessarily want to kill them, but these guys in here, I guess they're just immediately hostile towards us. I mean, we are just going into their treasury, but... I mean, the guy at the entrance also could have just said, hey, I'm gonna lead you to our leader and we can talk and whatnot, but instead they'll just kind of attack you right away. Well, yeah. Oh wait, I thought the spell was already going out. That was weird. Guess I'm just sort of gonna start off the same way as always. This is 3 right now.
The stretch of the earth wraps around
Let's try to slow you down.
you. Time for you to slow down.
They probably don't have very high saving throws, do they? I'd imagine. slowed and blinded. Actually, a little bit pointless to slow him if I then blind him, but I guess it's fine. They do have a fair amount of HP, I feel like.
Suffer the splinters!
Well, Ricochet actually doesn't make that much sense. And they're immune to poison, right? Let's just go with the Silver Arrow. I have so many of them to begin with. Okay, other ones coming up. Thankfully, he still had to run a bit. Why does Medora always stand behind something? Seriously. How does she do that? Oh, wait, what? Why? What? That was strange. Was there a reason for why I wasn't able to go through both of them? Okay, let's see. So he is still blinded. I kind of want to deal with him, though. He is bleeding, which actually... Holy shit. That looks pretty brutal. But obviously, I do need to deal with the other one as well. And make sure that he doesn't do funky business with me, because I feel like their attacks might hurt quite a bit. Lower resistances. I could try to... Do I want to charm him? That might actually work, right? Would be kind of funny. Nope. Oh, fuck. I forgot that they are resistant to Earth. Oh, well. Guess. We'll go with the fire elemental. I just don't want the other guy to hit me. So... yeah. Just to make sure that they aren't really able to do anything. Shocking touch. I'm not close. Close enough for that. Okay.
Direct hit and hit and hit.
Might just want to do a normal attack. She could try to charm the other one. He has a bunch of other targets to hit. Let's just do a normal attack on this guy. If I'm able to get rid of him quite easily, then... Holy fuck. Yeah, they can also knock down, which is... probably a good idea to avoid as much as possible. Let's actually do the flurry on him.
Rain of destruction.
Oh, nice! That was a bunch of crits. Very good, very good. Mute disease completed. Well, they get a turn before the fire elemental anyway, so getting him back up doesn't really do much. Am I close enough to him? No. What can I do that would really help? Because I can't poison them. They're immune to earth. I can cast ice, but that doesn't really help either. I mean, I can lower their resistances further. They should be close enough for that. I can go with Malediction. That might actually not be the worst idea. At least he's weak now. Curse always fails for some reason. Bless allies around you. Yeah, that's not really doing much. Honestly, that chance to hit, it's a bit weird. Like, your chance to hit is usually fairly high, at least. Maybe that's because I specifically look out for that and try to not, you know, let it fall too much or something, but it's certainly strange that I feel like Blessed Earth should have a better effect than just improving your hit chance. Maybe also improving your crit chance or something. Might be a little bit OP, but well, this way it just doesn't help at all. I don't really need to heal. I don't have anything that I can support with, but my normal attacks won't do anything either. Yeah, actually, let's just go with that. It does hit both of them. And of course it fails. Well, he's not blind anymore. Shit, I really need Chain Lightning. That would be really, really good. I mean, let's just do a Blitzbolt. Okay. Could do a normal attack. I don't really want to do a Thunder Jump, though. Brings me a bit too close to them. This would hit the skeleton, but... yeah, sure. The funny thing is the fire elemental actually heals from that. Let's... maybe the barrage is able to take this guy out. With a little bit of luck. Nope. Almost, though. Let's see what they'll do. Or at least the knockdown failed. I think that was the reflect damage, right? The fire elemental done. Medora actually tanked that really well. Much better than I thought. Okay. Not enough action points for that. Well, I can just heal Medora. Lillian can do that. She can't really do much else to begin with. Let's try to cripple him then. Thankfully, he's still weakened, but not crippled, sadly. Well, I mean, Whirlwind will still deal decent damage, right? Maybe not. Alright, let's... Finally, Medora is actually tanking. I wish that would happen more often. I really don't know where the rabbit went, to be quite honest. Yeah, I don't know. Lillian is a little bit at a tough spot here with everything being immune to earth and poison. Because Poison Dart is actually one of her more potent abilities. I guess let's just throw the boulder on him. Don't want to utilize Thunder Jump. Teleport has a chance to knock down, right? But it's also not exactly something that I can utilize. Do I want to hasten Medora? Hope it doesn't mean that she gets burned. Oh, I could also... wait a second. I might want to summon in somebody else here. Is everything blocked behind him? Let's go with that. It's a bit unfortunate when they, you know, basically stand and fire right away. What? What just happened? What? Did he just die immediately, or what? What happened? Well, that was dumb. Okay. No idea what that was, but seriously, can't see him. Almost. Where's the spot? Yeah, that hits him. Nice. I can do a normal attack though? Oh, okay, no, I can't. Yeah, normal attack won't work. Let's try a knockdown arrow then, I guess. Nope. Okay, the swordsman died. I have absolutely no clue what happened to Nick. I mean, the spell also went on cooldown, but for some reason it didn't count or something. I'm really quite confused by that. Maybe I should have actually increased her chance to hit. She's probably gonna miss again, isn't she? Ah, maybe not. Alright, it's fine. That was really strange. I have no idea what happened there. Well, he is just summoned in normally. Yeah, Nick's on cooldown, but he just isn't here for some reason. What a weird effect. What the hell? That stun failed. Let's just throw the flare on him. Thankfully, they don't seem to have any sort of additional effects, I guess. Or not effects, abilities. Because if they also had some sort of whirlwind or crippling ability, I feel like they would be quite a bit more ferocious. Quite a bit harder to deal with, maybe. Am I in precision stance? No, I'm not. I was gonna say. Because I only use the other normal arrows, I suppose. Boink. Boink. Oh, unfortunate. Let's taunt him. Nice. That doesn't even cost action points, which is pretty cool. I wish you had something to get knockdown characters back up. I don't think I have anything like that though, right? Can try to freeze him. Let me just double check. Or is there maybe an item? An item that I could utilize with that effect? I don't think so. Fire absorption, winter blast, ice, water absorption, ice wall. No. Not really. Well, let's try slowing him down again. Nice. Freezing touch. He's warm though. I think the warmness might have counteracted that a little bit. Let's actually use Blessed Earth. Sure, why not?
I won't plunder now.
We'll go with this. The problem is Medora is the one that has something to pick up allies. Which is a bit unfortunate. This doesn't help knockdown, right? Nope. Let's heal her then. Because she'll take a bunch more damage when she's lying on the ground knocked down, right? Although, never mind, the troll's taunted. He will attack the summon anyways. Undead swordsman deal thing. Boink. The decapitator. That I wanted to call decapacitator for some reason. A taunt. He is saved against that taunt really quickly. Unfortunate. Man, Lillian is kind of... I mean, she has so much supportive stuff. But... she can't do anything else, really. Let's just drain his willpower then. I mean, he is dead anyways, but...
bleed your willpower dry.
It's a bit unfortunate that I can't do much at all. Doesn't really do much. Yeah, sure. Nice. Oh, that was a brutal animation. Holy shit. Did you see that? How he basically got electrocuted? That was... wow. I wonder if the Earth Shield actually... does it also, just in general, shield you against HP damage? Because if it does, that would be pretty awesome. Let's cast Rain real quick. Get rid of the fire here. Well, I do feel a little bit, I do feel like it's a little bit unfortunate that these trolls are just going to die now, but they don't want to talk, huh? Wait, that was the entrance, right? I just need to make sure the Troll King's basically standing in the middle here, so we might want to check out this left path. Because I do want to take out as many of the normal trolls as possible before actually engaging with the big one. I'll take another really short break. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's see what else we can gain here. First of all, let's pick up the stuff.
It seems for his final feat, the wizard Maradino learned what happens when you cross the Troll King.
Oh.
The final lesson from our mysterious teacher. Now tread lightly, will you? There are plenty more stakes that might inspire old King Gungir.
That's Maradino? Oh yeah, he kind of looks like the spirit we fought, doesn't he? Well, that's an unfortunate end. I find it, well... it's a bit... I don't know, they seem very keen on creating these stealth-like sections here. I does this all count as stealing? I guess I can just come back and loot it once the king's dead. But yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that they're creating all these stealth sections that I think, you know, the idea of them... Oh, right, this barricade. Well, I can probably destroy this, huh? Troll guard. I was just thinking if... Probably want to kill that guy first, right? But yeah, it's a bit of an awkward decision that they... I feel like they want to funnel you into a bunch of sneaking sections in general here. I mean, with the trolls outside the mines and whatnot. A bunch of stuff where you could potentially sneak through. But, well, if that's not really your party, then as much as I like the combat, it does, you know, feel a little bit... Oh, we can just... That was easy. I don't know, it just... Going through this without sneaking does feel a little bit as if you are potentially doing it wrong, right? It does seem to a degree that they really, really wanted you to do this another way. But at the same time... Well, again, if your party isn't really set up for sneaking, then... It's definitely awkward to go through the place without it. I don't know. It's a bit of a conundrum. Okay, so how many trolls are actually left over? It's this one? Don't know, maybe the king is like calling in somebody else? Let's see, if we just stand here, will he engage us alone, or...
Maybe I take a coin. Just one. Maybe I buy flour for Ruby.
You're not... Okay. I was gonna say. Is he not seeing me? Alright, because, well... The awkward part about it is that by having these be sort of set up as sneaking sections, you can pick off enemies one by one, right? And I don't know, I feel like it doesn't really work that well. I think maybe they should have set up this cave as... Because as strong as the trolls are, individually, they're really not that threatening. So I kind of think that maybe they should have opted to make this an encounter where once you're seen, everybody will be alerted to you, right? Because the cool thing is, with how the turn-based combat worked, right? If the entire cave was alerted to you, they would still be fairly far away. So they would have to go to you in order to hit you, right? Which also means that if you have a team that can, well, sneak or run away really well, right? You'd have a bunch of options. And you can, with how this cave is set up, you could even run circles around the enemies, right? So you could try to, for example, run away, create fire surfaces, right? Make them run after you through the fire. There's a whole bunch of really, really interesting stuff that you would be able to do if everybody was alerted to you. But if they all fight you individually, then I feel like it takes that uniqueness of this whole section away, right? And it kind of makes it a little bit pointless that it's supposed to be, I guess, a sneaking section with pathways where you can sneak by the enemies and they move in a way where they also allow you to do that. But, I mean, if you can also just pick them off one by one and they're not really a tough fight at all, if you do it, then where's the risk-reward for sneaking, right? If it's so easy to just kill them one by one, then why would I risk sneaking through the cave? It's really a bit unfortunate. It comes back to the same issue that I had in the mines with the Death Knights and the whole thing not being turn-based, but rather real-time based sneaking that just really didn't work well at all. Let's go with this guy again. Maybe he'll be able to taunt him again. I feel like Medora might be awkwardly standing behind something as well. Let's maybe... Because I was thinking if... Because it says Earth Shield absorbs Earth damage until it breaks. So technically it should only be Earth damage, right? Yeah, let's just strengthen her. Well, now it gets complicated again. Do I want to blind him? If I can also taunt him. Let's hasten Medora. Cast Illumination on him.
Your life goes up in smoke.
Really? Burning failed? Only 70 damage? That was kind of disappointing. Let's start off with the barrage, though. Although, let's actually start off with the silver arrow. And then do the barrage. See what he does. Oh! They finally do something else other than just smacking. Blessing himself? It's actually a pretty cool choice. Can I try to... Actually, no. Nobody there. Immune to knockdown. He's flanked now, though, so let's do the flurry.
Rain of destruction.
Nice. Let's try the taunt again. Nope. Boink. Boink. Okay. Well, I can fortify Medora now. Oh boy. Oh boy. He's coming a bit closer than I thought he might. Oh, he's just counting his gold, I think. Let's hope that we can actually talk to him. I would be really interested in talking to him, even if it's only for a little bit. Why does everything just straight up fail? Yeah. He's in. Let's also bless her.
Divine sanction.
I mean, I could summon in Nick again. Can also just blind him. Can also do both, technically. Wait, can I? I think I can. No. I in fact cannot. Ah, well. Might be a little bit of overkill having Nick there too, but sure. Does this actually make sense? Or should I just go with 2 normal attacks? I feel like 2 normal attacks actually do more. I might be wrong in that, but we kind of should. Wait, what? He can heal? Heal and attack twice. Wow. Let's try to cripple then. Nice. Should I do the whirlwind? I think I'm just gonna do a normal attack. Whoa, nice crit.
Would you care to hear a little tale?
That probably doesn't work anyways, right? Did a bunch of damage. Though technically disease isn't poison, right? Does it ignore the poison resistance? How does that work? Can you not resist disease, maybe? That might be the, I guess, big advantage that it has? Potentially? Okay, honestly, let's just heal her. Kind of overkill, but I really don't know what else to do. That's only elemental resistances, though. Let's do that again. Weakened and cursed for a change. Was cursed again? Oh yeah. Reduces his chance to hit. Oh, cool. Actually a good thing. Which is... It's a bit unfortunate because... I mean, it means that it's a little bit pointless to stun him, right? Considering that...
If you can't stand the heat...
Like, if he would be stunned, then it kind of makes all the other status effects fairly pointless. Or blinded, rather. Let's just do a normal attack. Oh, that was a crit. Mirage is not off cooldown. Yeah, I mean, it's only one enemy, right? Let's not overcomplicate things. Let's see what he does. Oink. Only one turn. I actually really like the summon now. Especially when Lillian can't really do much else. Poor troll. Just surrounded by enemies. Nothing he can do on his own.
Into the fray once more.
Wonderful metal boots. Alright. Well, it's him dealt with. You think there's going to be another troll here somewhere? What the hell was that? I think the rest of the cave is mostly really just... Okay, there is another guard. Aside from the king. What does he have on him? Air immunity and hovering. Why the fuck does he have hovering? I mean, obviously because of the air ward, but that actually seems like a really weird setup for a big troll. Honestly, let's just fight him. See what that does. I mean, this still counts as stealing, right? Maybe he'll talk to us. Maybe we can convince him not to fight us. Mr. Troll King? Hello? Are you not? Hello? Oh. Why do you just fight us right away? Oh, he comes running up as well. Yeah, I honestly think if you engage him, everybody else will probably come running, right? I mean, well, the problem really is just that taking out the trolls individually, or even the two that I fought at once, is really not that difficult to do, right? So it's, it is somewhat unfortunate, but oh well. Does he not get air immunity, even though he's close to the ward? Oh, Earth. Hey, Lillian might actually be able to take this thing out. Minus 100%. Well, it's also weak to everything else. Okay, how do I want to do this? Let's see. I mean, he honestly doesn't seem that much more problematic than the normal trolls. Let's maybe go with the normal swordsman for now. Just so that I don't spend too many action points. Point. Alright. Well, the question is it worth it to take this thing out? Probably. I might actually want to throw down a fireball there. Oh, holy shit, that was a lot of damage already. Yeah, that thing's really not going to be difficult to take out, is it? Can still slow him down. I could also strengthen... let's maybe try the slow first. No. Chance to resist slow at 61. Okay. Was it 61 against 58 or what did that just say? Yeah. Let's throw down a fireball back here somewhere.
Feel the burns.
Okay. Burning failed, but the ward is gone. It's good. That was really easy to deal with. Let's see, anything else? Let's hasten the door again. I feel like hastening doesn't do as much as it should sometimes, but utilize the silver arrow first. Use the barrage next turn. I don't know. Silver arrow is another one of those things that I sometimes feel like isn't really worth that much. Could go with the static cloud arrow. But I would have to put that here. Well, at least that way the other troll would have to run through it, right? Then again, he is still fairly far away. Yeah, let's do that and let's just see what they can do. Kind of intrigued by what might happen here. Let's see what he does. Okay, he fortifies himself. Ooh, he can throw down some oil as well. So he definitely utilizes earth stuff. Oh. Well, they're just oiling us up, though. I don't think that they themselves can utilize fire, can they? I feel like not. I mean, that way I would be behind them. I don't know if that's... I'm oiled, right? Just don't want to... Technically, that's not in the fire. I mean, I could just go this way.
Charge the champion!
Okay. Maybe try to cripple this guy for now. Ah, unfortunate. Does this hit both of them? Yeah.
Unleash a whirlwind of destruction.
Definitely need to deal with this guy, but I mean, there's a couple of ways that would help me do that. Right, he's bleeding. That's good. Yeah, I'm honestly disappointed that they don't talk to you. It's just the only thing here. I don't know. Maybe they do if you somehow convince the entrance troll? I don't know what would happen then. That would be somewhat crazy, though, if the fact that you're not able to convince or intimidate the entrance troll automatically means that nothing else succeeds here, or automatically means that, you know, everything's sort of dealt with already. I don't know. Oh, I could have tried to charm the other one. Do I... Let's see, he's burning. He's fortified. Let's do that on him first. Okay. Well, if I summon a Nick, it might be worth it to blind the guy. Then again, he is cursed right now. Let's do that. At least that way they have a bunch of stuff to deal with. See anything else? I could throw a grenade. Well. Let's maybe do this first. And shoot a silver arrow on this guy too. I don't actually know whether or not it's worth it to do that, but I kind of want to do it. Alright. Okay. He's actually going the long way around everybody? Ha! Bonk. Ah, fuck! He knocked her down? That's not great. Yeah, it's kind of funny that he runs around everybody. Oh, give me a second here. Ear is itching. I guess he wanted to try to hit one of my other characters for some reason and needed to run around everybody. If I stand in front of him again now, is he going to try to run around again? I kind of want to do that. Jip.
I'll make short work of this scum.
Let's try to disease this buddy. Nope. I can't get over the fact that the animation to that looks so ridiculous, right? Everything's just covered in a crazy green smoke cloud. Man, shit. I need something... Why do I not have something that gets Medora back up? I really thought I had something for that, but apparently I don't. Let's just put some healing on her for now. Anything else? I mean, extending the fire surface isn't really going to help me that much. Bless my allies. They're not creating poison or anything. A bit too far away for that. Sadly, I don't have chain lightning, I don't think. Could decrease his willpower. Lower resistances doesn't really help either. Although, well, Bless doesn't really make... Bless doesn't really help if I can only also use Blessed Earth, right? Resistance to shield, petrify. Man, I really don't have much that I can do. Let's use that on him then. He's not burning anymore, is he?
Seven, I offer you the sacrificial lamb!
Well, let's just do that, I guess.
Prepare for the steel claw!
Kinda wish I had also had the ability to slow, but sadly not. Yeah, probably not the worst idea to try to get rid of him.
Keep going.
Okay. Let's see what he does. I guess now he got kind of tired of the fact that the swordsman was just in his way.
Stay back, my friend.
Poor little swordsman guy just got knocked down by the big troll. Okay, I should be able to take him out before the blindness goes away, hopefully. Sadly, Medora is knocked down. Oh, wait, did she save against that? Looks like it. Do I want to use the flurry? Yeah, might not be the worst idea. Oh, nice! That was really good. Now what? I mean, the swordsman is still here, right? He probably goes away next turn. Summon like that. Would that hit Medora? It does.
Favor of the seven!
All these somewhat pointless supportive spells. Lower elemental resistances. Does that hit? No, that doesn't even hit the big guy. I can conserve her points. I would lose out on one though. I mean, that doesn't really help for next turn either, does it? Problem is I can't even hit them with freezing touch. This doesn't hit both of them. Wait, let's just double check. Do I not have anything else that I could do? I guess Ice Wall. Draw a line where you want the wall to appear. The issue with that is that both summons are standing in front of him, right? So... it's really, really unfortunate. I could throw a grenade, I guess, but... the problem is that everybody's standing too close to them. Why do they have to have 100% resistance against both poison and earth? Wait, let's double check. They do, right? Well, poison and earth kind of belong together. It's just... the problem with Lillian is that, especially the water spells, I don't really have many of them. Ice Shard is a little bit problematic because it creates a giant ice surface everywhere I shoot. And I have to be near for this. I would need to have some other... is there no, like, bubble spell or something that shoots bubbles at enemies? That's pure water, not necessarily ice? I don't know. Let's do that. It doesn't really help, I feel like, but sure. Better than, you know... oh, he burned up. Nice. Alright. Well, that should make the whole thing easier. Let's see. I could try to stun. I could try to teleport him onto the fire again. I could thunder jump. I could throw a flare on him. How many action points do I have? I can actually do 3 normal attacks. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's what, 80 damage roundabout per hit? Or per double hit? Not really good, not really bad either. Silver arrow and... what was this again? Infected target with a vicious disease. Chance to set infected status. Ranged. Do I want to try that? Oh, he's not even in range for that. Really? Not in my stance, right? I was gonna say 88 is still fairly high, but that's because I'm blessed. Alright. Let's see what he does. He still tries to run around everybody. Oh god.
What do you think, Source Hunter?
That dealt a little bit more damage than I thought it would. I do sometimes overestimate, rather underestimate, how far they can run. So the problem is if he's now really, really close... you know what? Should I actually really try to teleport him? That would be really funny. Okay, the swordsman's gone. The problem is Nick can't really... Nick can conserve a lot of points, though. If I'm able to teleport him back to the others, or even back into the fire here, that would be really funny. Let's actually at least conserve Nick's points. And still hit him with that. And the Encourage, does that actually hit a bunch of people? It does. So my main has to heal Bedotta more or less. At least this way I can now utilize the freezing touch. That doesn't work. Well, if I summon this guy in now, I'm not gonna know... Oh, you know what? Doesn't she also have a teleportation scroll? Because that might give me 2 chances at teleporting him. I don't know if that always just works. I'm not entirely sure. Let's see. Let's teleport him. Well, I still want to be able to hit him, right? Yeah, that actually works. That's pretty funny, honestly. Well, that's good because then I can utilize my main to heal Bedotta. I think that's probably a pretty good idea. Maybe I should have tried the Petrifying Touch before teleportation, but... oh well. Although, honestly, I can now conserve her points as well. Makes it easier next turn to summon in and do something else. Alright, I don't have to teleport, so I'm gonna heal. And then the funny thing is now I have another teleport if he tries to run up to me again. Maybe that...
can't stand the heat.
Maybe that makes him more susceptible to burning if he does try to run again. Okay, that's still... oh, right. Well, now he's out of range of that again. Oopsie. Silver arrow is still on him. Let's just do 2 normal attacks then. Ooh, fortified himself again. I did not realize he could run past that. Why does he so desperately want to attack my other party members? I mean, now he's susceptible to 2 melee attackers here. If he had just attacked Medora... I mean, honestly, well... yeah, sure, she doesn't really take as much damage as my other party members, but if he always just tries to run back to me, then he's never actually going to deal much damage, is he? I don't know. Certainly a bit of a weird decision-making process there. But then again, he's kind of a... I don't know, I feel like he needs more stuff, right? I don't want to be too negative here, but it does feel like some of these boss encounters lately have been a little bit uninspired. Because that was the big highlight so far, right? Is that boss encounters always had these really, really either strong spells that your opponents could do, or they could actually utilize something like special to their boss arena, or some such thing, right? But now, looking at the Spider Queen, for example, I mean, the Spider Queen actually did have cool, unique stuff. It was just way too weak to actually handle my party, even though she was on my level, technically. But yeah, now it's even weirder that this guy is... Well, I don't know what he is. It's a bit strange, to say the least, that he's just a normal troll, more or less. He has the ability to fortify himself. Obviously, he has more HP, and I think a stronger weapon. But aside from that, he's not much different to the other ones. And the ward is easily dealt with, so even that doesn't really help much. I feel like he needs either more action points per turn so that he can actually do stuff, or he should actually be able to hasten himself or something like that, right? So that he can... Because this way he's not really a threat all that much. Because instead of teleporting, I might have just run away as well. Right? If he always just has to chase me, he's never really going to deal much damage as well. He also needs something like the rush ability from Adora. Just stuff that actually allows him to be threatening in melee combat, because that's the one thing that he can do, right? And if he's not really allowed to do that, then he's a little bit of a pushover, to be completely honest. Okay, now I can summon in this guy. If I summon him in here, I don't know if he can like run between the two. I don't think he'll be able to. We'll see, I guess. Can't even really cure anything. Still not in range for that. Oh, I can try to slow him again. Nah, failed again. Unfortunate. Okay, Nick's still there. He is still warm. Let's see if this burns him. Yeah, it does. Nice. Cool. Well, let's just do normal attack then. Barrage is not off cooldown yet, so normal arrows it is. Well, at this point, I've pretty much won, right? He's not going to be able to do much more. He's going to throw oil again? Yeah. Even that oil stuff, what's the point?
There I am.
What was that? He just took the attack of opportunity and then ran back? That's another one of those. I really, really think that the game... Well, the big issue with the AI seems to be that they're... Oh, hi, welcome back. It's going pretty great. Main issue with the AI seems to be that they sometimes don't really take into account what they originally wanted to do. So for some reason, I think he wanted to run to my party and then took the attack of opportunity. And at that point, for some reason, he decided, well, I'm actually going to go back? I'm not entirely sure why he went back. Maybe it was also just his awkward positioning or something. Or maybe his pathing was just reset whenever he took the attack of opportunity. I don't know. Something about it certainly isn't entirely right. When you get smacked, you might reconsider. True. I mean, it's not necessarily... It does actually make some sense, but it also means that quite frequently, actually, the AI is doing stuff that creates really big disadvantages for them. I don't know. Maybe it's also just in general that they gave these guys not that much room to deal with you, right? Because, I mean, I'm a party of 4, and I'm able to summon in other creatures, and he only had one other troll to defend him. And so even though he himself is quite tanky, it's still... I feel like he needs just way more points per turn, right? So that he's actually... Well... I mean, it's a bit of a... it's definitely difficult to balance, because if he had more points and then got close to you, and you don't have a way to deal with that, then he's just going to smack you to death really, really quickly. Maybe I'm just too good at actually controlling distance between me and him. But then again, the main issue is that for some reason he always wants to go to my main party instead of engaging with my melee attackers. Like, obviously he's going to deal less damage to Medora compared to everybody else. But, I mean, if he always spends his entire action points just running, it's not going to help him much. And he has a good chance of knocking her down and then dealing more damage. I don't know. I just feel like the game at this point is definitely getting too easy. I mean, it's been overly easy, I would say, for quite a while. But yeah, there really is... not that much challenge left after a while. That was less damage than I thought. Anybody need a heal? Not really. Let's just do that. He's done for anyways.
Shadow, dust, and gloom, aid me.
Nice. Yeah, you could overlevel. That's the thing, right? You have a lot of ways to deal with this. So I feel like making them a little bit stronger in general would be a pretty good idea. It's just a bit unfortunate that, well, the Maradino encounter, for example, worked a lot better than this, right? Maradino had, what? That was basically fighting against 6 people at once. And Maradino also had the ability to bring them back. And in comparison, this just feels a lot weaker, where I feel like it shouldn't. I mean, maybe the trolls aren't supposed to be the... but, they really weren't able to take advantage of their biggest strength, which is their melee, just pure melee attack damage, I suppose. Oh, holy shit. That's a lot of stuff. Well, yes, that's a lot to loot. I mean, it's not a big deal that the game is getting a little bit easier towards the end, but, But I guess the only thing I'm really disappointed in is that these guys don't have a unique move or something. I really thought that he had some... I don't know, just something that would have really helped him actually utilize the damage he can deal.
On the prize.
Yeah, I'm on the same level as these guys. And as I said, there are other encounters that work better than this one. I just think that... I don't know, lately the encounters did have not as much unique stuff or challenge as earlier ones, right? Because I mean, when I think back, King Boreas, for example, he's literally invincible unless you take out the Sentinels, and he then covers the entire arena in all the different elements, right? I mean, he is also the king of Heiberheim, so it makes sense that he's a really, really strong opponent. I just think that this guy, he either needed more action points, he needed a rush ability like Medora to where he can actually get into melee range real quick. The fact that you could take out the other trolls individually obviously makes him a lot weaker. If everybody had attacked me at once, that would have been definitely a lot more challenging. I mean, it's not a big deal, but I'm just wondering. Definitely seems to be like a little bit less time went into this than other encounters. Also, I'm still slightly disappointed I wasn't able to just talk to him. Potentially at least get some flavor text before killing him. Because now I don't really know that much about... Well, I guess we can assume that he just killed Maradino because Maradino was annoying him. Or, well, probably just wandered in here without any clue as to what he was setting himself up for. I am pretty interested in seeing, though, if me taking out the Troll King now means that I can just tell the other trolls, hey, by the way, I killed your king. Please let me through. I wonder if that works, or if they're going to be unhappy about that and attack me. I don't know. That's actually a really good pun. Yeah. Well, I mean, 2 are still... well, technically 3 are still alive. Archibald and his son, and the, Brumble? The one that's looking for a partner? Which is kind of another thing. I halfway expected that we might be able to find a partner in here, but maybe not. I feel like I will probably have to get back to Silver Glen soon. With all the stuff that I picked up. Oh, oops. Still not quite sure how to actually craft spell scrolls and whatnot. Let's see. Starfish. I can definitely send over a bunch of stuff to for crafting. Ice shot. I'd be able to utilize that myself. Another arrowhead. What do we have here? Air resistance +1 wand, +1 initiative. Interesting. Pretty sure the rope I'm wearing right now is better. It has the +1 speed. +1 wand is interesting. Because I think it would give me like a flat out 10% damage bonus or something. Well, initiative isn't really that important considering that I'm always going first anyways in most encounters. It's gonna be a tough call, actually. Flurry, I already know that. Let's see, what's this? Perception, sneaking, leadership. Quite good, but not the skills I need. Unbreakable, unlock skill, 10% chance to set stunned. Pretty sure this deals a lot more damage than the pike Medora is currently using. Gungia's Morningstar. Slowed status, +1 strength, +1 constitution. Not bad, but not great either. +1 constitution. Pickpocketing. Always these weird combinations. Constitution. I don't need the pickpocketing. So much stuff. +1 movement. Immunity to muted. Oh, that's also pretty good. Speed, I'd actually have to double check that, whether or not the +1 speed gives me more turn action points. The +1 movement is pretty awesome, but not necessarily something I'm using right now. Well, let's send some of the stuff that I want to sell over to Lillian. Another one-handed stuff. 20% fear, 20% stun. Wow. Sharp Rapier of Terror. Don't have anybody to use that. Still pretty great nonetheless. Dexterity, Blacksmithing +3 initiative. Wow. Okay, shield to sell. So many things. +1 dexterity. And the Blitzbolt scroll, I can go over to her as well. Crafting, I'm gonna keep that. Dragon scale armor. No effect though. Okay, I'm not overburdened anymore. For now, at least. Okay, that's a ring, Yeah, sure. Let's go over that real quick. Equipment. +1 speed. I need to check on my attributes. So I've got 13 speed, +3 from gear. I actually don't know. If I take off 1, will it reduce my turn action points? Doesn't tell you right away, huh? What's this one? Fast, wonderful rope of water resistance. +1 speed. Let's see. What was the other one? +1 movement. +1 wand. Has less armor, obviously. Let's see. Character. Yeah, that reduces my turn action points by 1. No. As good as the movement is, I want to keep that speed, I think. Intelligence, telekinesis, perception. Well, I don't need the constitution really. +2 initiative. That's all. Resistances, speed, pocketing movement. Snaking, okay. +2 initiative. That's +3. I don't need the dexterity though. Oh man, that's really weird. Pickpocketing HP. Yeah, she probably. Why did I never... Wait, that's dexterity initiative. Dexterity bow. Oh, because these require strength. Right, right. I forgot about these. Ah, that's annoying. She can wear these. Dexterity, blacksmithing, initiative. Yeah, that's definitely better than what she has. Initiative, movement. Also strength. What's up with these things always requiring attributes that aren't actually related to what rolled on them? Perception, sneaking, leadership. + HP. That's actually pretty good. But losing 2 initiative? Well, the thing is, she's currently behind my 2 mains anyways in the initiative order, but this might drop her below some enemies, maybe. It's a classic. They're in the game just to piss you off. Yeah. I mean, I'm actually a big fan of how they did the gear, to be honest. I like that it's not always just straight up upgrades, right? You actually have to think about stuff. There's a bunch of things that you really have to choose, right? What do I want to do? Do I want to be able to hit better? Do I want to be able to move more? Or there's a lot of choice, and I really, really enjoy that. It is somewhat finicky sometimes, especially with how the UI works and having to like scroll through all your characters. For example, that you're not able to compare one item to all of what your characters are wearing at once, right? You have to go through them individually and stuff, and sometimes remind yourself, oh, that's right, I still had this one and I wanted to equip this here and then move this around. It's all a bit finicky, but at the end of the day, still fun. It actually has 2% better fire resistance on it. Not that I ever will take advantage of that, but sure. Let's see, Medora. Kind of sad to potentially see the unique weapon go. That's a lot more damage, though. But the one... the Impaler also has speed and willpower on it. That is actually difficult, because I do think that most enemies seem to not have resistances against piercing all that much. Well, arguably not against slashing either, but sometimes they do. Piercing is definitely the thing that I've seen the least. And crushing damage, some of them are weak to. I really like your current weapon, and I don't want to get rid of the speed. But the damage bonus seems to be like a pretty decent upgrade. Another one of those cases. Why did that roll with Unbreakable? What am I supposed to do with Unbreakable? Same for the skill. I just don't need that. Couldn't it have also had +1 speed on it? I would have equipped it immediately. Let's keep that for now. +1 dexterity. Wait, well, what's she supposed to do with the dexterity? I might actually give her this one, right? Then she has 2 more initiative. Then actually might be pretty good. Because she, for some reason, is always really far back on the initiative order. Which actually surprises me a lot, because... Well, it's not the movement, right? It's the... What is it? It's the actual speed that determines that, correct? She's not that bad. Let's see, side hearing movement. Initiative 14. She gained 2, so she had 12. I feel like that's not that low. Because she always goes behind the enemies, or after all the enemies. It's very rare that she's in front of them in the initiative order. And I feel like... Wait, what do my other characters have? Okay, well, 21, 23, that's obviously a lot higher. I guess that explains it. Must be, huh? Right, so one more look at her gear. +1... it's also with the speed. Initiative 1. Well, she is really not going to take advantage of that extra 1 damage. This thing comes with plus movement, which also doesn't really do that much. I mean, lately I feel like especially my ranged characters have just been standing around in most encounters. I'm not actually moving that much anymore. Okay, let's keep it at that for now. Whenever I'll actually go and sell some stuff, I have another chance of actually looking through the gear and potentially figuring out if I want to do something else. Let's see, I didn't miss anything here, right? And this just led back to where I came from, yeah. And I guess that's it. Oh, there's more tenebrium here. You know what? The guy in town, one of them, is still asking for tenebrium, right? This is all tenebrium. Who's currently carrying... Because previously, when I was in the mines, I didn't want to pick up that much because it was so heavy. But I gave the... Medora can actually carry a lot. And I gave her the tenebrium cage. So if she's the one who's mining this, I feel like it should be fine. Let's pick up the... Please pick up the pickaxe. Let's see. Boink. Tenebrium on. Because this is a lot of tenebrium. Wait, how many times can you mine one single vein? Thought it was only like... Okay, now it's depleted. That's really, really heavy, but... should be fine. So that's 5 or 50. Okay. So I'm not even able to mine everything with her, but... Oh wait, did that count for all the... No. I was gonna say, maybe it depleted all the veins, but it didn't. Because I think the guy in town just wanted to have more, because he wasn't... Oh no, wait, I have the... I think I just picked up the wrong stuff as well, right? Because I went with the... What are they called? With the bars instead of the ore. So I hope that the ore will fulfill his request. Okay, so you get 5 for each, which is 50. Do I want to mine one more? What does it actually say on its value? Because I'm not entirely sure if it's not actually worth anything. I guess it's just to specialized people. I guess I'm just going to try the 10. I mean, it's fairly easy to come back here if I want to, so... He asked us to steal some tenebrium from the Troll King. Well, I guess I did that now. Did he even say something about how we will be able to get in here? I don't think he ever talked about Maradino or anything concerning the Troll King. Just want to make sure that I don't really overlook any of these quests. Somehow I would have thought that killing the Troll King would immediately maybe give an update to some of the quests. Guess it doesn't. I mean, well, it doesn't have to, as long as you still know what you have to do. Sometimes the game is a little bit inconsistent, I think, as to when it updates quests or it doesn't update quests. Which isn't a big deal. It's just curious. Alright, anyways. For some reason, I still have not found a way to potentially control that totem we heard about, though. I'd have to take another look at that kind of stuff. Let's go back to Silver Glen real quick.
Welcome to Silver Glen,
Yeah.
home and hearth of Immaculate.
Let's see. So I can talk to Brandon. Aside from that, okay, Nadia's quest I don't I wasn't able to really help her in any sort of way so far. Might want to talk to Lawrence again? I don't know. Can you...
Oh no, pal of mine.
Here's your tenebrium.
So you found the tenebrium?
I did indeed.
A grand feeling to have bested the king of trolls, isn't it? Huh? Hand the blighted stuff over and you'll be privy to every damnable secret this place has been hoarding.
Sounds good, though. Well, honestly, considering everything that the Immaculates are doing, I don't think that it can get much worse. So let's just give the stuff to him, honestly. We should keep it for ourselves. Well, that would require me to know how to handle it and be able to craft stuff out of it, right? Also, I mean, there's still more than enough of that of the stuff back in the Troll King's cave. So whenever I do want to craft something, I can just go back there and grab some more, I guess.
Time to give Brandon the tenebrium and learn the secrets of Silverglen.
I do hope that he actually has some secrets to tell, though, because I've already been quite a bit further, and maybe he doesn't actually have anything interesting to tell me. Then again, maybe he'll run off to the Immaculates, huh? Although I'm gonna kill them anyways. I'm too curious to know what he has to share. Let's see.
I'm very interested to learn what Brandon has to share.
Might not be the best decision, bud.
Sakes alive! I knew I could count on you. Now it's my turn to make good. I'll be happy to share with you the not-so-little secret of these mines.
Well, of the mines, I've already dealt with them. Tell me the secrets.
For starters, Source Hunter, you already know that this is a volatile material. What you might not know is that there are ways to handle it that can diminish or even prevent its negative effects. All it takes is a little know-how. Here, I'll show you. And if you're ever looking for a full cure, I'd recommend visiting the Immaculate Chapel.
Oh.
Nod your way through their little sermons and they'll give you access to a special mineral that can heal even the worst cases of rot.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. Guess I could have suspected that myself, but sure.
Now that there's a handy bit of information. But the real secret is yet to come, my friend. Lawrence, the bloke from the mining guild, ordered dozens of men to extract tenebrium from these here mines, knowing full well that doing so was as good as sending them to their deaths.
Yeah, kind of already know that. I mean, we weren't able to prove it. Wonder if this counts as a proof.
Beasts of burden, he called the miners, and said that the guild'd turn a profit quicker if the men mined the stuff lickety-split, before the rot ran its full course. I've got a letter here from the mining guild to Mr. Lawrence himself, proving everything I've claimed.
Well, that's good to
They
know.
don't have the damn thing. I've sat on this secret long enough. There, it's yours.
Nice. Well, this was definitely worth it. Not entirely sure what that was about. Not being susceptible to the tenebrium or knowing how to handle it. Did he actually teach me anything there?
I'm no
can I ask him
man to
anything
refuse a
else?
source hunter. Ask away, friend.
I think... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already asked him all of that.
Well, I'm off with little more to me name than a small fortune here in me pocket. Farewell to you, source hunter. And good riddance, Silverglen.
Wonder where he's going. And whether or not we might be able to meet him again.
Welcome to the Immaculate.
Wait, he actually gives you a new ability?
I can feel the goddess's vigor coursing through my very
Well, first of all, I think the weird case is back in my inventory, right? It is.
These goblins are worse than the trolls.
Okay, so he took all the ore.
At least
Wow.
they don't have
All
that
right.
distinct underside of a bridge, Harold.
Okay, let's
Better
send that to
that than reeking
her.
of fresh blood.
Okay,
Tell me, sweetie, do you have someone, or are you always this hot?
oh no, that's he gave me a skill, right?
Hi there, cutie pie. Wanna have a good time?
Do you believe in the
Special?
gods, baby? Because you're the answer to all my prayers.
Brandon revealed that Lawrence knew full well the effects of tenebrium, still decided to send the miners to the deaths for profit. Alright, well that will help us with that. And then we finished this one. Brandon was grateful that we'd returned with the tenebrium, told us the truth about the mining guild in Silver Glen. Alright. Didn't it say new skill? Or is, wait, witchcraft scoundrel? L. Boost +1. Ah, so it just gives you +1 in tenebrium. Allows you to equip more powerful tenebrium weapons.
Wanna have a good time?
So I guess the individual... Wait, let me double check that. The individual tenebrium weapons will have... will probably have a requirement on them, right? And I guess if you... requires tenebrium 1. Alright. So now I will be able to handle tenebrium 1 weapons without getting rot. But I guess if I were to equip one that requires tenebrium 2, well, either I'm just straight up not able to equip it, or it cause rot.
Why don't you stay a while, darling? I just know I could take you on a wild ride if you let me.
These goblins are worse than
Well, I'm quite happy with that outcome. I mean, yeah, they are... That whole deal with the mines, I don't really understand how they actually sent them into the mines, though, right? Or rather, why they did that, because... I mean, I guess maybe they have so many miners that it didn't really matter to them, but... Or the tenebrium is so special and so much worth... has so much worth to some people that it was actually worth it to send so many to their death. I just feel like it would have been... Especially since Brandon, I mean... he did know a bunch of stuff about it, right? And the Immaculates do too. So wouldn't it have made more sense for Lawrence to potentially try to find a way to mine the tenebrium without sending the miners to their death? I don't know. I guess he was just too greedy, too impatient to wait for finding a proper solution to the whole thing. Hey, you can craft a bunch of potions.
Hi there, cutie pie. Wanna have a good time?
Mining officer's letter. Oh.
It is not easy to understand this, Lawrence.
No, it's not.
He had food, clothes, and gold enough. How could he have let others die so that he could gain more?
Yeah. Exactly. I wish I understood that. Sadly, that seems to happen a lot. But yeah, it's crazy because I mean, he must have caused, I don't know how many deaths, right? And did he even really gain much from it? Seems like he had he would have had a better chance at making more money if he tried to maybe get in league with the Immaculates. Or maybe he just didn't really... Or I guess most people didn't really know what they were up to in the mines, right? Although, can't you guess that? If they're like setting up a big operation in a mine that has a bunch of tenebrium in it? Oh well.
In Home Forest, We kill to eat or to protect ourselves. What reason could Lawrence have to take more than he could use, and to let his fellows die for it too?
His actions were as good as murder. He has no place among civilized men. Our society is organized so that more is nearly always better. Lawrence was a particularly unscrupulous product of this society. Well, let me rephrase that. Our society is organized so that people think that more is nearly always better, even though it's actually not. Yeah, I mean, he murdered those people. Guess he has to suffer for it. I don't really see how we can do that, though. Unless we...
Over here, sweet
Well, are there even any authorities around here? Maybe the other miners will be able to deal with him.
Over here,
I wonder if he'll just attack me? See, I mean, we can't really, like, take him into custody. Is there even a prison around here? And his kind are as a tumor on a healthy body. The only thing to be done is to treat the overgrowth before it spreads. It's actually... It's almost taking it a little bit too far. I mean, yeah, he is pretty despicable, but... I don't know. Civilization is what made a murderer of him. This would never have happened in a society that valued life over power and riches. I actually kind of agree with the second one here. I mean that... Well, it's a bit difficult to know whether or not this will... Because I don't want to make it seem like I'm saying he's not a bad person. Like, obviously he is a murderer, but... Yeah, he obviously also is every... I don't know, I like this answer, I just feel like it's not actually going to represent what I would like it to represent in game, but let's choose it anyways.
A society that allows such evil to flourish is rotten at its very core, Source Hunter. I would be careful of your pouch of gold. Shiny pebbles cannot mean more than beating hearts.
Well, to a lot of people they do. I don't want to talk to Nadia first. I don't know if it's a good idea to potentially let her confront him.
Do a salutoin, Hunter. What can I do for you?
So you need to help proving blah blah blah. Let's see.
So, you are bringing results?
I am indeed. Yeah, let's show her the
letter incriminating Lawrence.
Nadia will know exactly why her husband died and who's to blame. Yeah.
At least Nadia will know exactly why her husband died and who's to blame.
You have letter from mining guild? Let me looking. They tell Lawrence to keep mining tenebrium. They say they make him rich if he comply. The filthy pig. Oh. Mi voyagos al sia patrino domo sur la dorso del camelo kai riprochi si forte. I knew he was guilty. I knew he was to blame for Ben's death. Oh, I'll strangle him with my own two hands.
Yeah, please don't do that. That might end badly. What did she say? I don't think I will be able to figure out what that means.
Come quickly.
Oh, well, of course she does that.
Mother put ghost of father to peace.
Is she actually going to murder him? Hopefully he doesn't murder her. What the hell's her son anyways? Shouldn't he also come with?
So, Mr. Lawrence, it's true then. May Zalmoxis dry her socks on your mother's gravestone.
Oh, what are you going on about, you crazy old witch?
It is pretty cool though that they let us participate in this dialogue. I somehow thought this was gonna Like, just result in a sort of overhead dialogue and then something happens without me being able to do anything? Let's see.
I know for truth, you bring workers to mines to extract tenebrium, and that you do it knowing they will die of rot. You greedy man. Malsata rapo. You kill them to fill your own pocket.
Look, you're confused. You're ranting. Clearly, there's no reasoning with you, so what say you take this rather expensive token and agree to keep your little delusions to yourself?
It's a bribe her, huh? If he's really clever, he'll try to give her something made out of tenebrium. That would be really fucked up, but definitely something I could see him doing.
1,000 gold.
She's
for
not
my
gonna take it
husband's
anyways.
death. Tell me, Source Hunter, does this man bring me for an idiot?
Maybe.
I would be appreciating your advice before I strangle him right here and now.
There's been enough violence in this unfortunate place. Nadia should take the money and find people. Really? That's the two choices we get? Take the money or murder him? Okay. Do you know what that means? I don't. It sure sounds kind of funny, though. Nadia should shout Lawrence's guilt from the rooftops. He doesn't deserve better after what is. Yeah, let everybody know. Greedy maggot? Okay, yeah, that would be... Wait, true. With the Raupo maggot, that definitely fits. Malsata, I wouldn't have been able to guess, though. Yeah, let everybody know what he's done. He definitely deserves that.
Nadia should shout Lawrence's guilt from the rooftops. He doesn't deserve better after what he's done.
Oh, yeah, people will probably hang him for that. Hanging Lawrence will neither bring Ben back nor do anything to help Nadia and be beginning a new life. She should take them on. Well, they kind of have already started a new life, right? Well... Maybe not. I don't know whether or not they'll like to stay in Silver Glen, but... I mean, they have a house here, at least. It's not like their life was super bad, right? Aside, obviously, from the fact that they didn't know what happened to her husband, but... that's right. I'm sure all these miners will have more than a little to say to the man who effectively killed their comrades. Yeah. Honestly, we should let them know, and... Well... I would be more for them, you know, imprisoning him or something, but... If they'll hang him... I guess. I mean, he doesn't really deserve much better, but... He also seems like the kind of person to me who would probably be worse off to rot in a prison for the rest of his life compared to just outright being hanged or killed. I feel like he would actually be suffering from that quite a bit.
That's right. I'm sure all these miners will have more than a little to say to the man who effectively killed their comrades.
Ah, yes, that is spirit. Too bad for you, Mr. Lawrence.
That gets you pointer romantic? Okay.
Remember my darling Ben, when mob rips you to pieces.
Wait. This is between you and me. There's no need to involve the rest of those cretins. They'll believe anything. Wait, Mrs. Nadia! Wait!
Okay. Let's see how this ends.
Friends, miners, listen close. You
They all come
knew
running.
this Lawrence was greasy snake, but now
He's trying to run?
of his crime. I know none forget so many who die of
Oh, he's
rot
trying to plead
when
with them.
tenebrium was found. But do you know that Lawrence knew of rot and sent you and your brothers to mine anyway? He sent my husband to his death, and he sent you to yours.
Make the monster pay.
Oh, Santa, please, you're a compassionate soul, are you not? You wouldn't let these pick-swinging apes swarm me, would you? I am a man of many mistakes and even more regrets, but surely no one deserves to be ripped to shreds by the masses.
I mean, we kind of made clear where we stood already in the office, right? The crowd deserves their shot at him. One murder won't make up for another. These miners have no right to harm him. Yeah, well, the problem is I don't really know what would happen if I were to go with this answer, right? I feel like the miners would turn on me and we'd have to kill everybody. Because, I mean, I don't know if there's even reason... that's always a bit of a problem, that you never quite know what these answers mean, right? Sometimes there are, like, consequences that you can't really see all that well. I mean, they don't really have any sort of sheriff prison thing going on here, right? So I don't know. I don't see really any other way. Let them decide.
What you think of him?
After what Lawrence has done, the crowd deserves their shot at him.
Perhaps Lawrence will get a glimpse of empathy for the innumerable miners he sent to early deaths. Source hunters, not vigilantes. If Lawrence is to be punished, it ought not to be at the hands of a rabid crowd. But it's supposed to be at the hands of us? I mean, we're not really the local law enforcement, right? We're not even here to investigate this specifically, so... let them have it.
That's right. Perhaps Lawrence will get a glimpse of empathy for the innumerable miners he sent to early deaths.
Also, I'm honestly wondering if they're just straight up gonna kill him.
No, please, Source Hunter, you can't let them do this. Oh, what a fool I was to execute the Guild's demands. It's the Guild you ought to be after, not me. I'm merely the messenger. Please, please.
Well, aside from the fact that I don't really believe that, maybe you should have led with the information that there might be other people responsible for what you've done.
He's no better than a murderer.
Well, now it's too late.
Oh, hear that, Lawrence? That's the sound of the scales of justice tipping in our favor. I'd suggest you say your prayers, but I doubt you've a soul left to pray for.
Whoa, they're just literally stabbing him to death. Interesting.
Trial, verdict, and execution in a matter of minutes.
Well, more like seconds.
Have more on their minds than due process.
Are they even immaculate? They just leave the body like they blood in the streets. Are they even... I mean, they are minors. Are they really immaculates? I don't know. I guess these people won't mind if I take this, right? Yeah, I'm not quite sure if it's truly... Is there really a mining guild behind this? I don't know. He didn't really seem like the type of person who would be controlled by somebody else. There's a bunch of stuff here, though. Hammer. Hunting bow. Sure, let's pick that up. I can literally sell his stuff to the other people in town. Roasted pork dish. I don't know, it's been lying here for a while. Key to the mine office. That probably opens the opens the chest, right? Maybe not. Nothing else. Rivalonia Moonstone is a pretty tough piece of rock. If the jewelers don't want them, sell them to local smiths. They can use big uneven pieces to fortify their clubs and maces, though I never did get the hang of it myself. Okay. I'm pretty sure the key is purely there for being able to get back into this office were you to lock it. I don't know, maybe there's a scenario in this quest where you need to get back into this office with it being locked. Because otherwise, what's the point of the key? Ah, well. Better keep it.
Why don't you stay a while, darling?
Alright, well that's that quest dealt with. Nadia's speech caused an uprising and we advised the mob to exact justice upon Lawrence. I do really wonder though what had happened if we had gone against the crowd. I wonder if they'd fight us. Probably not, because they would have known that they can't win against us. But what would have happened? I mean, would Lawrence have just been able to walk away? That also feels strange.
Why don't you stay a while, darling?
Well.
I just know I could take you on a wild
What else do we have? That's Archibald. No idea where to get that. This is the main quest. Fumble. Maybe we can just ask some women in town to... Wait a second, did I actually talk to her here since I met Fumble?
Why don't you look at you, sugar? Oh, I could take you on a ride neither of us would soon forget.
How did I not think about this earlier? Well, I guess it was because I was on the way to do something else when I met the troll.
Do you believe in the gods, baby?
Yeah, sure. Would you care to entertain a lonely troll?
Is he a gentle troll?
Oh, well...
Would he benefit from my particular expertise, you think? It is strange, but, well, if you're willing to pay me on behalf of your toll-taking friends, I'll be glad to keep him company. I do believe 2,050 gold should cover it.
A bit more expensive than I thought it would be, but then again, it's a very strange request. That's a bit steep, actually. Well, I have the money, and honestly, for that kind of weird request, I feel like she also deserves the money. I mean, honestly, he did seem like a fairly gentle troll. At the end of the day, he might actually just want to talk. Let's be real.
Do you believe in the gods, baby? Because you're the answer to all my prayers.
Do it.
And I'll take that gold. Cheers, darling. Well, I guess I'll be off to visit Mr. Troll then. He's the one closest to town, yeah? At least I won't have to run far if he gets too fidgety. See you around, sweetheart.
Oh. Well, I guess she's into it. Well, she also got the money, right? Do you
believe in the gods, baby?
Well, she's fairly...
So, unless I'm very much mistaken, we just paid a courtesan to cheer up a lonely troll.
Exactly, we did. Yeah, I guess we might have overstepped the mark there. No, I mean, why not? What's wrong with that? The fellow needed cheering and that's what she'll do.
What's wrong with that? The fellow needed cheering and that's what she'll do.
Honestly, the troll might be way better company than most of these miners, to be completely honest. It creeps me out. When you put it like that, I guess you could have said we performed an act of great kindness. Well, that might be a bit much, but...
When you put it like that, I guess you could say we performed an act of great kindness.
Blunt. It sort of depends on what the troll's after, but he honestly seemed like a very, nice fella. I mean, don't necessarily think it's a bad decision.
And so she asked, Granny, why do you have such large and hairy ears?
Since when is that here?
Granny replied,
She's telling him the story of the,
No.
What's it called in
Be
English?
careful, little Red Riding Hood. It's the wolf. The nasty
Red Riding
wolf.
Hood. She just selling him some tales? Wait, can we, like, talk to him again? Let me see. Beauty and the Beast. Ruby agreed to pay Fumble a visit, providing we pay her fee.
Cretin of a fumble. It's inconceivable.
Yeah, you feel kind of stupid now, don't you?
For company, but who gets to stare in Ruby's eyes all the livelong day?
All this was worth it just for the guards, not making fun of Fumble anymore.
Perhaps he enchanted her. Perhaps she sees him as a handsome prince or something. Crafty devil, that Fumble.
Run, little Red Riding Hood. It's the wolf, but he'll get you.
Do we have to wait until she is done with her story, or can I just, you know what? It's been a while since I've saved anyways. Hey buddy, how you doing?
Friend.
Ah, okay.
Champion of my heart. I cannot describe my rapture. A ruby you have brought me, more precious than any other on this earth. Happiness, it has returned in all its sunny glory. For this unparalleled service, I must repay you. Have it back, the fee you paid on my behalf. Let sordid gold not stand between our friendship. My thanks, oh champion of my soul, my undying thanks.
I mean, that's cool and all, but I never actually paid you. I convinced him that it didn't make sense for us to pay him anything for a bridge that didn't exist anymore. Well... Oh, wait. I think he's... Oh. I didn't really... Does he know that Ruby is a prostitute? Because... yeah, he might be talking about that fee, right? So he's paying us back for... for her? Okay. Well, that's fine. At least we didn't deceive him then. Because that's the one thing that I was kind of worried about, is that he, you know...
like that. Prefers a sing-songing twig like her. Life outside home forest is strange, Source Hunter.
Can't you get a voice box in your sack from here? Just saying, you're a pretty good shot.
What was that commentary on... Oh, well. Well, at least I did. It's a cute little story, honestly. We went to check on Fumble, and he was so happy he gave us some gold for our trouble. Fucking God, still asking themselves how... Are you really that... Ah, well, whatever. Well, that's cool. That's awesome. I like that. Finally some happiness in this place. And a resolved quest on top of that. Well, I guess... How's her inventory looking? Yeah. Wait, let me double check. Let's just craft away some stuff that I can. Debuff strength. Minor healing. I still don't know how to make a major healing potion. Wait, what's the minor one made out of? Penny bun mushroom. Well, probably'd have to go through and check what kind of mushroom is not used here. There's times that... Because I feel like I already know most of the stuff, right? Or rather, I don't know or don't have anything else. Well, let's go with the minor ones, to be honest. Might as well use up those. Magical armor. What was the other one that I... I can only craft the resistance potions, right? Not the ones that actually heal poison. Because they actually help me a lot. Let's craft this one. Institution, speed. Speed might actually be not that bad. Then maybe the Constitution ones. Right, can't do that, but I can do this. And Silver Arrow, even though I already have like 30 of them. Steam Cloud. Ah, sure. At least that gets it out of my inventory. Anything else? Pumpkin soup. The freaking tomato sauce with a hammer. I just can't get over the fact that you craft tomato sauce by just smashing a tomato with a hammer. That's such a cool combination. Some flour. A lot of leather scraps. Okay, let's quickly go back up. Pizza dough with the tomato sauce. Pizza! Not that I'll ever use it. Though arguably it doesn't even make sense that pizza exists in this world, but yes, we can kind of gloss over that. When was pizza... Well, I guess variations of pizza probably existed in the Middle Ages. They must have, right? I mean, it's basically a bread with tomato sauce on it and some cheese. I'm actually not that versed in pizza history. Yeah, now I actually kind of wonder about that. +2 Constitution, View of Strength, Maya Healing, Water Resistance. She can still keep these, obviously. These need to go to the daughter. And all the weapons and whatnot she has, those are going to be sold. As well as this stuff. Wait, did I never... How is that not in my recipes? Nice. Huh. Back to the inventory. Where did it get placed? There we go. Sort the rest of the stuff, sell off a bunch of things, and then I can level up and... Well, I kind of have to call it there for today, probably. Let's see. Hi.
Good of you to drop by, my liege. As always, be welcome.
I have 20,000 gold. I'm actually somewhat close to potentially be able to buy the rest of the secrets at the end of time. So I might want to check that out next time I play. Let's keep the knife. Potentially wanted to use this, right? Some blank books that I still don't know how to use. Let's get rid of the mucks as well. Anything smallish here that I really don't need? Bunch of parchment and paper. It's still weird to me that I can sell these again. I'm pretty sure that it'll remove the symbol on the map, but if you already know specific secrets that you've already dealt with, then obviously it's no big deal to remove them from the map. It's definitely a strange sort of way in which they've handled this, because, well, any other game would have automatically just removed the symbol from the map as soon as you find the accompanying secret, right? I don't mind that it works differently here. It's kind of funny that you're actually able to sell these maps again. I just wonder why. Because it's... I don't know. We just have to sort of manually keep track of it, I guess. But yeah, almost 30k. I think... What did I calculate last time? I think I needed around 32,000 or something gold to buy the rest of the maps.
Hello again, or do a salutoin.
Okay. Thought he might comment on her mother finally knowing what happened.
Darling. Oh, since we avenge him, I will, how you say, slip like smooth for the rest of my days. Soon we will return to homeland and throw great party in Ben's honor and yours. Oh, my knight in shining garter.
Well, that's good to hear. It's still pretty sad that her husband's dead, but I mean, she at least seems to be coping well now. You know, as bad as we make revenge out to be, you know, sometimes it can probably be pretty good for them. Well, it really depends on the individual, right? Revenge is bad when it just leads to more revenge, when it kind of, you know, the other side then wants to take revenge too, and it's sort of building up and building up. But if it works out like this, I mean, again, it's not obviously by modern standards the best way to just kill Lawrence or have him killed by the crowd, but in terms of what he's done, it certainly made her life better. I mean, I don't see her really having... I don't see Lawrence being killed having negative effects on hers, what I'm trying to say. I don't think that... Well, unless there's a relative of Lawrence that then suddenly wants to take revenge, I mean, that, well, we will never know that, I guess.
Take whatever you like from shop, my
What?
friend. It is least I can doing for you.
Okay, so we can just basically loot her shop and then sell it to the guy over there? So this is just all fair game now? Crazy, okay.
You're tired, aren't you?
Oh.
I told you you'd be.
Really?
I do wish you'd stop interrupting me.
Alright, you can sell this as well. Winterblasts. Doesn't she already know that? I feel like I might have already... What is this? Oh, another master skill. Cast a magical flame that forks on impact. Ooh. That's really good. Forks up to 5 times, looking for next target in a 7-meter radius? Alright, that sounds way better than immolation. Guess I have to try to level pyrokinetic one more time. Because at some point you should be able to utilize 2 master skills, right? Hopefully. Let's get the arrows over to her. That was all that I found in Lawrence's office. Guess we'll keep the grenades. This is unidentified. They're both they're both two-handed actually. This is one-handed, unique. I'm never going to use this, but I want to keep it. So let's send that to the homestead. That's a two-handed staff. I can sell that as well. Just quickly send the normal stuff over. With how much I have in my inventory, if I really go through everything, I might actually be able to really get enough gold to buy all those other secrets. Oh yeah, the golden cups as well. Yeah. It might be a good thing for the start of the next stream. Just sort out my inventory a little bit more. Although I feel like I've already spent too much time on here already. Can also loot the rest of the shop next time. Let me take a look at this though. Skills. Okay, level 5 allows you to learn 2 master skills. Yeah, that forking off sounds pretty good, honestly. So let's keep the ability points for those master skills. And another attribute point. Do I just want to put that into intelligence? I mean, what else am I supposed to do with this? Especially on my main character, because vitality of 850 is actually somewhat okay. I really don't need more perception, I feel like. And obviously I don't need either strength or dexterity, so... There's +3 from gear, +2, +1. Let's just go with more intelligence. It doesn't really help that much, but it's not bad either. Let's see, Berdotta. Ooh, she has a bunch of points here. Well, Scoundrel to 4 doesn't really help, considering that I've only learned, like, what, 2 Novice and 1 Adept Scoundrel skills or something like that. Kind of want to acquire more skills there before leveling that up. Expert Marksman to 5 is probably what I want to go with. Although in general, just increasing her damage might be pretty good. Yeah, let's go with this on 5. And then dexterity is +2 from gear. She doesn't get another turn action point. Her constitution's actually pretty bad. That's almost 100 HP more. The one thing that I'm somewhat concerned by, as good as I was, for example, at keeping that Troll King at bay,
Remember to take a break now
if I do encounter an enemy that, for example, is able to either knock down or stun or however else incapacitate my casters, I feel like it can very, very quickly spiral out of control, that my ranged characters can be taken out quite easily because they're quite squishy at this point. So honestly, going with a little bit more constitution might not be the worst idea. And at this point, even though, well, she technically has the least action points per turn now, I think, out of all my characters. So, and she also has the best sort of usage of them typically, because she can mostly use all of her action points no matter what, because she just has so many different possibilities with all the arrows compared to the other characters. So it's not helping her that much, but compared to the beginning of the game, I feel like being able to conserve more action points, so the increasing the overall limit of how many you can have, can also be a good thing. Especially if you have skills that actually take quite a few action points to do, right? Yeah, let's go with 1 point into Constitution. And her damage is pretty decent anyways, so I feel like I'm not really taking much away from, you know, not choosing Dexterity. Why is she constantly opening up her chest here? Is she confused why I took everything? Even though she literally told me, hey, just take everything you want from my shop? Or is she putting new stuff into it? Okay. Well, anyways, let me save this. Sadly, I'm not able to go quite as long as today, but, well, I was still able to accomplish some stuff. At least I dealt with the whole Troll King scenario, dealt with Lawrence. I mean, in comparison to the last couple days, I was actually able to finish quite a few quests, which I definitely like. Just quickly check. Load 132, yeah.
Did you see the way the guards look at you, Alfie?
So, still not at what's it called? Sacred Stone? The Village of the Immaculates? It's still, oh boy. It still takes a while, I guess. So, aside from going through my inventory and potentially taking another look at the End of Time and see if there's something new happening there, I doubt it, because we haven't really done what Ikara asked us to do, but for some reason we might have opened up a new portal or something. But yeah, it might be worth it to go through my inventory at the beginning of the next stream and sell off the rest that I don't need, obviously. Use the money to then buy the rest of those maps from the Keeper of Secrets or whatever she was called. Well, and then I really have two options, I think. Unless I'm maybe forgetting another quest that I wanted to do. Well, first, I probably want to take a look at that goblin village. I mean, we have heard that somehow, and that's why I named the stream like that, even though I didn't even get to that, did I? But somehow, apparently, there's supposed to be a totem, which we can use via entering a cave in order to commandeer the goblins around. Issue being, I haven't really found a cave, unless maybe I overlooked that particular thing in Maradino's cave? I don't know. I mean, that's very, very close to the goblin village. But on the other hand, I'm fairly certain that I would have seen that when I went in there, so... But that's definitely something I want to take another look at. The weird lava devil castle thing? The rest of what's her name? Aristate, right? Yeah, the upper portion, outside portion of her temple, I think that's what it is at least. I'm gonna hold off on that for now. I may want to take another look at that trial cave of the Immaculates. I'm really not sure. Because obviously, well, I could either try to go to Sacred Stone without joining the Immaculates, just to see what that would be like. If I were to join the Immaculates, I'm pretty sure that they would trial me by going into that other cave behind the big skull that I found. But obviously, I could also take a look at that cave without having that specific quest from the Immaculates. It's a difficult decision. Because I really want to... I don't want to not go through that trial cave, right? I definitely want to see what's up with that cave, but at the same time... I don't know. I feel like it could be weird going in there without talking to the Immaculate Priest first. I wonder if there's just going to be a bunch of Immaculates in there that will be confused what we want from them and they'll just attack me. I mean, if that's the case, it's no big deal, right? Although I do... Well, the funniest stuff would be if I go through that trial cave and then try to join the Immaculates with the trial I've already done. But that's why I think there probably won't be Immaculates in there, because otherwise the whole quest structure probably would kind of fall apart. But yeah, definitely Goblin Totem first. Try and see if I can find that. If I don't, I think I'll just gonna walk into that small encampment and deal with them or try to talk to them. I don't know if they'll immediately attack me. Probably. We'll see though. And then... Well, honestly, the thing is, right, with everything that's sort of north of Silverglen, I'm not entirely sure if I'm even able to get to Sacred Stone as of now. There might be another way to get there in the first place, because it looks like it's sort of behind a river that I'm not able to cross. Because the bridge that Archibald is standing in front of, at least if you look at the map, doesn't actually seem to lead to Sacred Stone unless it leads to sort of another map or a cave of sorts. Might be the case. But anyways, I think after I look at that Goblin Village, I will probably try to talk to Archibald again, see whether or not me dealing with the Troll King maybe changes his mind about charging the troll toll from us. And then once we're past him, you know, independent of how we do that, I hopefully will then have a clearer way, or I know, I'll know how we can potentially reach Sacred Stone, or whether or not I actually have to go through the Immaculates in order to get there. Yeah. Sounds like a good plan. Anyway, that's gonna be it for now. Thanks for watching, thanks for hanging out, thanks for chatting. It's been a bunch of fun. I will return to Divinity Original Sin on Sunday. No streams tomorrow or Saturday. There will, however, be another stream this evening with more Dragonsong's Reprise proc. I might start a little bit later because I think we'll talk some stuff over first, just to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of the end of P6 and the second Worm's Breath lineup. I don't think that's actually going to take that long, but yeah, we definitely want to make sure that that sits and works. And then I'll be live, and hopefully we'll finally be able to proc P7. Yeah, and then more Divinity Original Sin, with almost the same starting time as today on Sunday. Great. Hopefully I'll see you then. Have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Bye-bye.